Hello.
Okay. Hello.
You gonna move stuff over to the new Alper yet?
I am working on it. It's just I've drawn so much over this map and I love it.
Yeah! We're all here.
Hola, sí, decía. Counter con esta llamada presión 1.
Nope.
You said something. You said something there.
And it'll save the drawings, but you could also take a screenshot and use that as a map in itself.
That's true.
How's everyone going?
Oh, good.
Good.
Okay. So, wow, since we are all here...
We are actually starting on time.
I know, right?
Wow.
1 minute.
That's on time.
Yeah, no. Okay, when last we left our heroes, the party returned to Aleg to meet up with an emissary of Dromage, the notable Sir Isaac Linwin Severe, who brought most of the party to Arungar to help tend a unusual wound that Dromage collected in the battle at Bone Grove. Meanwhile, Zace decided to depart, heading out of Alig in, if I recall, the opposite direction, to work on personal quests and adventuring. Is there anything else anyone would like to add on to that? Oh.
And there he goes.
Yeah, connected up.
I'm gonna fix that. Give me 1 second, because when in doubt, blame AT&T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
0.0.
I've already made the switch.
Nice.
I wanted to get used to it ahead of time before the switch permanent.
Yeah,
Fair,
no,
fair,
that's
fair.
completely fair. Actually, since there's only 2 days, so I guess, yeah, this is the last owlbear. Well, I mean, there'll be the new owlbear, but like this is the last old.
We'll have the
owlbear.
new Alper.
Yeah.
Brings a tear to mine eye.
'Tis the last old owl bear we shall have.
Okay. At what point did I get cut off?
You were saying something.
About the group getting separated.
What would you like to do? I think.
Is there? The question was: is there anything else you would like to add to the recap of last time?
Gotcha.
Patch is on the look for diamond dust.
I've got some things I'd like to try before I take a long rest.
Okay.
Tsubaki is reading fan mail while attempting to sleep. At the same time, you know?
Yeah.
Which I did get around to reading all the letters.
Oh yeah, as player, I read them as well. That person is very.
Obsessive? Is
Yes,
that the word you want to use?
I was gonna ask, is there anyone here who does that?
I thought it too. I just didn't want to be rude about it.
I honestly forgot to read it.
They are a young kid who,
yeah, it did give
basically
me
fell
like
in
this
love
small.
with Tsubaki as a performer.
It's cute, but it's like I can't even send that many letters like to someone. I remember sending one letter to a corporation, and it was awful for class.
Well,
They
that's because it's a corporation.
Well,
When it's
actually,
one person, it's better.
Well, I got a reply back. It was for a chocolate. It's a long story.
Like,
But
yeah. On one hand, it was kind of harder to write just because I'm very introverted. And this person is very much not.
Yeah.
Old is this person?
Also, they
In
sounded like
human year?
really young. They sounded
Um,
like a 10-year-old or something.
Yeah, between 10 and 13. Like, just on the cusp of, like, teenage magazines type.
Yep. I felt the crazy fan.
So we're
in the
talking.
letter.
Yeah.
Yes.
I may or may not have a stalker.
I mean-
believe me, Tsubaki has gone down this road more than once.
How popular is Tsubaki now? I'm wondering, like, in this
Well-
world.
I mean, she has fan mail from only one person.
Yeah, one person though. That's not.
Yeah, but I've supposedly played up and down the West Coast.
You have.
Pretty much from the City of Songs all the way up to,
The
I
port.
believe it was Port Coventry.
I have.
Coventry.
I actually have it all marked out in the orange
Yep.
path.
Oh, that's what that is. I'm like, I was wondering.
I like that.
That's
What's
Yeah.
the yellow path?
that's
Yep.
the tour line.
Yellow
why is
path
the yellow
is
path?
established roads and such. So there are
Oh,
points
okay.
on Tsubaki's
the
path
high-
that you had to. Yeah, that
Like a
shit.
highway.
That's the highway.
Yeah, that's the highway.
That's the interstate.
Those are paved roads.
And up until
That does not
point,
equate safer, though.
Yeah,
no, it
that's
does
true.
not.
Usually a bit.
Depends on how late at night it is.
Blue lines are the party's travels. Pink lines are teleportation. And yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Where is the kid at? I forgot what city it was.
It's an
Alec.
Alec.
He is...
No, I'm talking
Well,
about
which kid?
the fan
Oh.
kid, the fan.
Oh,
milk
fan
kid.
kid.
Oh,
I think
they are in
that's girl.
Ontgrove.
Mm-hmm.
I was just because I was reading them and there was like this disease or something going on.
Yeah,
And
that was another concern. I'm like, oh.
It kind of reminded me of the silver thing that was going on in this place,
Yeah.
the Gone Grove. So I was hoping like if anyone else like caught on to that or like realized.
I
Oh,
have
oh,
to
I-
read.
I did read them. And I did notice the disease thing they were talking about, and I did notice the obsessiveness, and I'm like, I don't honestly. It's like it's an up for grabs. It's like, do I go and meet this person, or should I avoid it completely?
Oh boy,
If
that
you
is,
wait long
those are
enough, you
tough.
won't have to meet the person.
oh boy, I think they're gonna die or something.
I think this campaign needs a certain plague Dr. Bard. That.
Oh. Asher, maybe we can send him over the little kid named Asher.
Do note that I understand how to heal through the far call a little bit, but not a lot.
Well, yeah, we witnessed that last time.
There's a lot of things I do not know about this ability.
You are still learning. It is a lot of experimentation. And there are only one other person who really has any knowledge that is greater than yours in this field.
Oh,
They're not gonna help.
who are they?
You haven't met them.
I was
We
gonna say,
haven't.
if I haven't met them, then it's nobody I know, so.
Yeah, I was like, have we met this person?
I don't know why, but the thought of being a leading expert on something is kind of like, yeah.
What is
I
the
can do
far
that.
call again?
That's
like-
the weird song language.
Okay,
It's the language I picked up from the place with the mushrooms.
yeah,
The
Sandland. So it's
Sandland.
Sandland language. So far call equals the language
That's
of
a
the
great
sand.
name for that place.
I've been calling it Sandland forever.
I mean, it works. We know what you're
I-
referring to. I think it's actually called the Echo.
That's what I've been
Yeah.
referring it to it as. At least internally.
Well, yeah, I do know
Well,
it's
the group
right
is
here.
collectively, well, I don't know for Catch, but I feel like Sandland is definitely a good easy one for everyone to get.
the
I don't think
Duat
Catch
land.
referred to it too much.
Or Catch, it was like the kaleidoscope type land.
Yeah.
He saw colors we could not.
You might even say, no, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
How
I
dare!
I'm not gonna.
Anyways, so
I don't know. What was there a joke? Was there a dirty joke that I
No.
didn't get?
no.
I
No.
don't know.
Andrew's not the kind to make those jokes.
Not usually. Very
We all
infrequently,
have-
but once in a while.
Yeah,
We all have those moments.
I've heard
I'm
Andrew make a
probably
dirty
more
joke
likely-
maybe once or twice. I think.
I'm more likely, but probably not with you all. I pick and choose.
I pick and choose as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So yes. So, I suppose we should open then with Zace.
Ah, well,
Oh,
Yeah.
the person
Oh,
not
fun.
doing anything. I'm
Um,
chilling.
Okay. I wrote about 4 pages of stuff trying to figure out all the different directions you could possibly go. So,
Okay.
one for each cardinal direction. That's great.
Wait, actually, that's interesting.
so I am curious. In what direction are you interested in going? Are there any paths you would like to follow up on?
Oh, God. I don't even.
The world is
I don't-
yours.
See, I don't know much about the world.
Well, you look at the map and you see what's the most appealing, and you head in that direction.
Which
Yeah.
way is home for you?
Well, I don't know. Zace is from
If
don't
they's
know.
not from this continent.
I don't think we ever knew where Zace is from.
Zace, home for you is in between Vrasset and Gresh. It is this kind of southernmost coastline area here.
Okay.
Sometimes leaning up towards Ecolith and Tremory, but not really
Okay.
extending past basically this bubble here that is created by that is
So
the dark
does-
forest. Yeah.
This dark green area? Gotcha.
Yep.
Some kind of mountainy, because Goliath Mountain is what I was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay then. Okay. Oh, this is a big city. This one right here.
Mm-hmm. It's
Maybe
kind of like
go-
right on the edge.
Yeah,
Like
my.
before it goes super deep.
Yeah. So basically, so far he's only traveled like this. I guess I should stay in this area if he's gonna stick to the story stuff. And maybe like going this way would be best, like from Alec to here. I get some adventuring time with Mari. Teach Mari some stuff.
Don't feel obligated to follow what you think, what you have an idea of as the main story. Feel free to do whatever you want. Right now, it's basically opened up as sandbox for you.
Yeah, I also. The Lancers, are they only here or were they in other places, right?
They are in other places. You just haven't gotten much of their presence elsewhere.
Yeah, I wanna learn more about the Lancers and the Lantern guys as well while I travel and learn from my own stuff. Try to pick
Okay.
up on some of those Lancers, especially since they try to recruit me, and now I learn about all the stuff they're doing. And it's like,
Okay. And so you are making your way basically across in this direction here, kind of
Yep.
then looping down.
Yep.
Okay.
And travel the forest land, not taking the paths. Mari and I, we live in the forest.
Gotcha.
I
Gotcha.
hope.
Do you think you could ride Mari like a horse if you wanted?
I mean, Mari is slower though, right?
Yes.
But I
That's
could.
true.
You absolutely could, but you would be. But Mari is slower than you are, and so
That's true.
I feel like Tsubaki definitely could.
I mean, I could if it's needed, or we're not needing to like. We're not in a hurry,
Mhm.
so if Mari ever wants.
okay. So it will. Here, let me go ahead and do a little quick measurement. Oh, that's the wrong tool.
is only 15 feet.
I know, right? Such a fast, so fast to travel around.
Yeah.
It will probably take you about 5 days on foot with Mari to get from Alleg to Ecolith.
Okay.
And so along the way, I take it you are wanting to kind of hunt, like medium-sized game and such.
Yeah.
Nothing specifically that is going to inspire great danger.
No, we are. Zace does it. Well, I guess Zace is kind of close to home, so like, I don't know. I don't know how far this is. I was gonna say maybe he'd know some of these animal species here, maybe not.
You definitely would.
Yeah, so if he does, he'll like hunt the ones that he knows, and he knows how to capture them and like what sort of plants are in this region. So.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a couple survival. Well, let's start with a survival check.
Survival check. Okay. Oh, I'm actually pretty good at that. Go. Oh, 15 plus 5, so it's an unnatural 20.
That's fantastic. Okay. As you are making your way out of Alleg, go ahead and roll me a d12, please.
Oh. This one. Take d20, look at one. 8.
Okay. 8. Your movement is slowed a bit as a bit of a rainstorm begins to kind of sweep through the area, heading southwest a little bit. It's not super heavy, but it is. It will slow you down a bit.
Okay. Maybe you should take shelter more.
Mm-hmm.
Are you good in the rain?
Mari is fine in the rain. But you are able to. I'll go ahead and just put a. No, it's not really a point of interest. But you do. You are able to find shelter for the night, and there are some wild animals that do eventually kind of come towards the same area, and then some will move away. Seeing that the shelter, the cave/shelter area is occupied by you, but also especially Mari.
No.
Let me roll for people.
Oh.
Okay.
No people.
No people.
People be gone. People be gone.
Yep. And yeah, no. It seems most people from the different towns and such are staying in with their families, and like spending and keeping time to themselves out of the rain.
Makes sense.
Yeah. But nonetheless, you are able to continue your journey come morning.
Oh.
Go ahead and roll me your choice of survival or investigation.
Oh, I'm much better at survival.
Okay.
Ah! Fell, but I think it fell on a 3 plus 5, so that's an 8.
Okay.
Dice went rolling. Went flying.
Okay. With an 8. Sorry, I was just putting in that path there. With an 8, as you are going through the day, you start to see different tracks coming through on the recently fresh mud. eventually you do come to a point where you see humanoid tracks, shoeless, I should note, kind of crossing the path and then heading off towards a slightly rockier outcropping, where the tracks do fade away and become lost. But they do seem to be coming from deeper within the forest near Vrasset, or at least in that general direction.
Okay. Mari and I will investigate it further.
Okay. You can tell just kind of innately, these are larger humanoid footprints. They are spaced slightly farther apart, perhaps a quick sprint or a jogging pace. Do you go perhaps in the direction that they are going, or where they came from, or anything else?
We will continue to follow.
Okay. Sneakily. That is an important note. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Oh boy.
With disadvantage.
No.
Mari's a bit big. It's hard to be stealthy.
Oh boy. Okay. That's one. Okay. Lower number was a 16, and I get a +3. 16 plus 3 is 19.
That
19.
is...
Yes.
Okay, awesome. That is quite good. As you begin kind of following these footprints, and you see that they do eventually lead to a rocky area, and and the tracks themselves aren't visible in fresh mud anymore. There is some areas where there are small pools of water, and you can see splashes and other bits of mud in different areas. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Perception. Okay. 6 plus 5, 11.
Okay. There is a small rocky overhang that you come to. It seems to kind of be not walled off, but there is a natural kind of gradation where the area you are walking up is higher and this is immediately lower. And as you are coming around, let me go ahead and do some dice rolling. Does a 19 hit your armor class?
It does.
Okay. Cool. Let me...
Initiative.
Not necessarily yet. This is someone who is jumpy, and
Are there traps?
you'll find out.
Oh my goodness, if there's a trap, maybe I can finally use danger sense. Someday.
Ooh, this is fun. You take 13 points of radiant damage, and you see kind of as this green quick bolt of energy kind of flies up from beneath you and kind of strikes into you. It is sort of almost emerald in color, with twinkles of almost starlight that seem to kind of pass through the entire way. And at like the very tail end of this almost dart-like mote of energy that hits you is this almost rippling shadow.
End of the shadow. So I don't see anyone. I saw someone green. Right.
They would by casting a spell, they do reveal themselves. There is an individual, a smaller Goliath, with, you can see where there are tribal markings, and it's not tattoos, but it's sort of like this very faded war paint that has been dampened and weathered significantly by the rain last night, by just traveling through the elements significantly. And you see that they are wearing kind of this old hide armor that has sustained a good bit of damage. It's there are small clumps of fur that protect some of the more sparsely hit areas. It seems as though that this had once been an animal's pelt that has taken damage over the course of probably a decade without being replaced or really kept up. The individual, you see that they have kind of almost lightning patterns down their left arm, and it seems as though it's kind of got a faint greenish pulse to it, as well as a natural kind of vine that kind of twists up and around their arm as well, interspersed with almost monk-style bandages around their wrists to provide a sort of bracer. But it almost seems as though there are plants kind of growing up them, and you see kind of on their back they have a couple sheathed swords, and on their side a dagger, all of which the handles and hilts are made out of bones. Yeah, that would be a visual cue.
Do I know this person?
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm not good at that one. Oh no! 5 + 1, 6.
You don't recognize them immediately. There isn't a name that comes to mind. There is acute familiarity with the idea and some of the symbols and motifs that are around them.
Okay.
For the record, the spell cast at you was Guiding Bolt.
I'm going to announce my presence. What time of day is it?
It is roughly midday.
Okay, I'm going to announce my presence and that I be no harm. I'm just a traveler, and I just so happened to find footprints, and it was just interesting. It was just in an area that I know and was not used to seeing footprints like around. Well, not here, but like in like
Yeah.
the mountainy this region.
All right. Stay where you are. What is that is following you, and you kind of you see him kind of gesture his hand in a way that there is energy that is kind of beginning to course up and down throughout the markings, as it seems almost readying, as they seem almost readying to prepare another bolt.
Maritimus, I'm not entirely sure what they are, but I know that they are harmless, and they mean no harm as well. They're my friend.
Have you been followed?
Have I been? Not that I know of.
There have been.
I.
I've. There have been a few hounds in these woods. I've been keeping close eyes out for them. Have you been here long?
I'm originally somewhere, southern, I guess, southern from here, but I traveled to Alec, and now I'm heading back. Was that the question? Was it? Have I been?
There's nothing left of the... What are you looking for?
I am looking. Well, may I ask whom you are first?
You notice that the energy begins to kind of fade, as they are not, at least at the moment, ready to cast a spell. Hang on a second while he's going to insight check you.
Oh,
One moment, please. Are you being fully upright with upfront with him about everything?
I mean, I haven't been lying. I literally told him my travel path and everything.
Okay.
He's been asking like very basic questions so far.
Fair enough. Kayakin. That's the name is Kayakin. I'll put that in chat. They are
Yeah, okay.
They are and you can get sort of this idea from the way that they are presenting themselves. They are a Goliath, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
They do have multiple class levels as well.
Class level. Goliath, Ranger, and Cleric. I see.
Yes. I've been in these woods for about a decade, sometimes traveling with others, sometimes not. But recently there's been a bit of a scourge upon the lands, and if you look closely out of the corner of your eyes at night, oftentimes the hounds will be there watching for you.
are they not the normal? Do I know what they mean by hounds? Just like wolves, or is there something else to the word hound
Um,
being used?
go. Well, Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Oh,
Um,
oh, natural 20. Whoop, whoop.
okay.
+1, so 21.
This is something that you would have heard about, absolutely. This wasn't even a high DC, and you absolutely smashed it. Um, a lot of rumors go around about the Hounds of Ill Omen. They are creatures who stalk the ways of the woods, who prey upon perhaps unsuspecting and worn out travelers, primarily. Oftentimes, the only way you can identify them before they find you is seeing small pairs of red eyes staring at you through the woods at the late hours of night. It is also known, or at least speculated and heard, that, well, of course, once marked by the hounds, they never lose your scent. And likewise, one only can face the hounds on their own. Unless the hounds have chosen you and marked you, they are invisible to you.
Okay. So, could I presume that this person has been marked by the hounds?
Seems reasonable.
Does Zace know how to like defeat or get rid of the hounds?
In your time with your tribe, you've seen a couple people who might have had whispers and told stories a little bit about it. They never really feared it, though. There wasn't a distinct fear reaction.
Okay.
The hounds are predators. They single targets out and hunt and are at their most effectuous. I think that's a word. They are at their most effective when they've singled out their prey. Staying with individuals in a group is enough to often draw their attention to other targets. And so, since the folks that you have known mostly traveled in groups and clans and tribes and packs, so long as they had watches and places to stay and others always looking out for them, even if they saw the red eyes at night, they really never had that much to worry about.
Okay. Okay. You've been here for a decade, you said. I assume you've probably seen the hounds before, if you were on your own for a long time?
I've been fighting them many nights a week.
Why? You fool! Everyone knows that the hounds must not be faced alone. You need others to be with you.
I stopped it for acid for a while. They kept coming. I partnered up with a crew. They abandoned me. And no matter where I go, they're always watching, and so it's safest to always be on guard.
You said these lands have been plagued by something recently? Is it just the hounds, or have other creatures been acting strange as well?
When was the last time you went to Vrasset?
Are you asking as DM or as a character?
This is him asking you as a player, or as a character. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Vrasset is primarily an elven city, and
okay.
there's a bit of a highbrow, high noses raised kind of demeanor to them, where they look down upon most.
Okay.
Snobs.
They are a bit snobbish.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I do not spend my time in large cities. I prefer to be in the woods, in the wild.
The city's a ghost town.
But wait, okay, what does Zace know about Vrasset? Because on here it's a big city. It's not big, but it's marked
sizable.
with a bigger circle.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is
it's
a
marked with a big
sizable city.
Big circle.
Yeah. It's primarily an elven city. It is a city of mages, of folks who secluded themselves to the wilderness to both learn its secrets and harness its powers. And in almost a poetic sort of sense, it seems those powers have swallowed them back, from what he's saying.
I never liked the people of Vrasset. They never took care of the wild.
That's fair.
And they always use magic. These lands are very special to me. I hope what they did have not harmed much of the life here. Maybe it was their own karma that they have gotten swallowed.
Yeah. There's nothing there. The city was... I stopped in a few moons ago. It's completely gone. I mean, the buildings are still there. They're woven in and out of the plants and the nature around them. You know, elven, but the moss grows on all sides of the trees. There are no animals in the town. There are no elves. There are no people. It's as though within the last few years, everyone just packed up and vanished.
This is puzzled by this. That's odd, because as far as I know, it was the people of Vareset who made my people vanish from these lands. Why have they vanished now? They
Your-
up and vanished.
Your people?
I am Zodiac from the Isle. The people.
Go ahead and roll me insight.
Inside. Uh,
10?
8 plus 2. 10.
Okay. As you are saying this, it's... You see almost a light bulb above his head kind of go off. And then it kind of triggers in you as well. There is an understanding. But before I get to that revelation, we're going to go ahead and switch over to sides.
Also, these wolves are scary.
I
Are
knew
they-
you were gonna pull that plug.
I'm in suspense.
I'm
Is
in
this-
suspense.
The hounds, they look really spooky.
So
I was-
these are the vampire wolves in the Skyrim Dawnguard DLC. You can get them as companions, but
okay.
this is what came to mind.
Okay, I was like, is that a
It's-
D&D
I-
creature?
I feel like it's accurate.
It's not
Close.
inaccurate. I would say that, yeah, that's pretty spot on as far as the appearance. A little bit more smoky, but
I did not.
but yes. All right, Zagra
You and your cliffhangers.
Tsubaki.
Yeah.
and Ketch.
These are the ones I was expecting. This fluffier and cuter. Okay.
Is that just Wolf's Rain?
The
It's just a
anime?
wolf. Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
yes, it's a wolf.
the
It's
Hounds
just a-
of Ill Omen. They are a little bit more spectral, angrier,
Oh.
hungry. They run a little bit more gaunt. They are quick.
Okay.
and yes, they
I can see why they're more like this one now.
yeah.
No, he does not.
Okay.
I hope Dramage is still alive.
Good luck, guys.
Oh yes.
I have-
Yep.
Can I just say, whales are the best fish-based cracker.
What are?
True.
What are?
Whale.
Whale.
It's like an
Whales?
off-brand goldfish, but
No,
It's
no, those
actually a
kind
lot
of
better.
suck, I think.
Oh.
It's off-brand goldfish, but I love them so much better than goldfish.
they're better than the goldfish.
Oh.
Agree to disagree, but you just enjoy what you enjoy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, a couple years ago, I actually I kind of had a goldfish like craving. Like it's not usual, but like, if you do like 3 or 4 goldfish to like 1 or 2 M&Ms, you
Oh.
get that kind of salty sweet
Ooh.
combination, and it's really good.
I understand the
That
whale
sounds
magic.
good.
I've been there.
Yeah, cheese cracker with a little bit of chocolate in there.
Understandable.
Look, goldfish is just like a staple around my house.
Mhm.
We mixed a
fair.
regular with the pretzel kind, and it's great.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
But yeah,
So, you spend the night in your luxurious abodes.
That we do.
that we do.
Zagro, you said there were things you were wanting to work on throughout the night, or at least up until a point in the night.
Yes, I want to look around for that one gift I saw, but I would like to head back out to that garden we first arrived in.
Okay. Okay, go ahead and roll me an investigation check. Just kind of in for the general bits.
I gotcha.
Searching for that one.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Nat 20 plus 2.
That's yeah.
You're a good dice tower.
Yeah. Um. Okay. And so you are heading over to the gardens?
Yes.
Okay. How do you go about doing so?
I'm guessing there's not really, like, signs around to follow, so I'm just going to try to remember the way.
Okay. As you open the door, it is like to leave your chamber. You open the door and there is nothing on the other side. It is just kind of this very nice, but it's essentially a marble wall.
God damn it, Mordecaican. Okay, I guess I'm not going anywhere.
Go ahead and roll me an insight or Arcana.
Illusion bottle. Everything's all balanced out. Not one.
Oh.
Okay, yeah.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
Yep. No matter how many times you kind of open and close the door, it is just this wall on the other side.
Can I touch it?
Sure.
Touch.
Solid.
Touching.
Completely solid.
Well, that's not good. I'm not sure what to do about that.
Your room does have a kind of large window and almost a small balcony area that does overlook part of the garden. It's a little bit farther away, but you do see a couple people wandering out in there with either small candle lit lanterns and such, kind of wandering around, or with motes of light, like the dancing light spell, kind of floating around with them. There are fireflies that kind of
Does it seem like a patrol, or...
No. It does not seem to be a patrol or anything. It's just people going out at dusk to be in the garden.
People walking.
Yep.
God, I hope that's not a vigil. But am I above an area that, let's say, dense with Feywild plants?
There are perhaps a couple. Once again, it's kind of hard to see. There is a small jaunt of roof in between where your window opens up and where the garden begins. So it's yeah. There are some. You can posture that there would be some.
Okay, I'm going to try this then. I would like to attempt to reach out to the Fae.
Okay. How do you go about doing this?
I'd like to pop my last semi-hallucinogenic mushroom, and then I'd like to start meditating with the Feywild and specific Fey I might have met on my mind.
Okay. Sorry, I need a second to track everything.
Were you not expecting this?
Not at all.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Off your DM.
Hey, no, it's
The
all
best.
good.
Let's
Hey,
do
back.
the unexpected.
I'm usually at my best when I am put on the ropes. Okay. As you do this, you kind of begin to. It's not like you are trying to focus. It is more that you are trying to not focus.
Yeah.
Everything working, trying to work backwards. Go ahead and roll me a d20, just a straight d20.
Okay. 13.
Okay.
Not bad.
As you kind of just almost push your consciousness out from where you are, the air feels warm and thick. It almost feels like the sun is shining on you, but it is fading away. There are almost waves of energy and warmth that just kind of relax and flow over you, and it's sort of like laying down on your back in a pool. Just everything just kind of moving around you, and you're just one with the water. From a little bit below you, you hear whispers from the garden. Just small voices drifting among each other, just existing on their own.
Can I tell what they're saying?
Roll perception.
Okay. There it is. 11.
It sort of words alit on the air. And they come across as rather mundane. You hear communications about bees, about butterflies, around nectar. You hear words that just kind of float off into nowhere, wondering where they come, where they go, what causes the world around them to spin so much. And you feel it kind of begin to close up around. As the days are coming to an end, there's a drooping. There's a lack of energy. There's a retreat. And there is a tiring. That's about what you get.
Okay. Anything else?
It begins to grow. Just as you kind of continue meditating on these ideas, these words, everything that's around you, there is a quiet that comes. And when you open your eyes next, the sun is completely behind the horizon line. The voices have slowed, have stopped.
Oh.
But the world itself continues moving forward. A bit on its own. A little off axis. But completely normal for this realm.
Got it. Well, that was worth a shot. I guess I go to bed now.
Okay.
Good night.
I'll leave the balcony window open just a little.
Okay. When you wake up, there are 3 petals that are left for you on the windowsill.
Aww. I shall pick those up. Any particular kind of flower?
It's not one that you've seen anywhere on this continent before.
Feywild?
Yep.
Not on this continent. Immediately is the field.
Door still not functioning as a door?
Correct.
Let me check on the door again.
Door is still not a door? It's
Door
morning.
is still not a door. Catch Subaki.
But is it a job?
Is there? What are you working on, or if anything, that night?
That night I read my letters and I went for a long sleep.
Fair enough. You are able to get a long rest. All woes, exhaustions, and whatnot are gone by morning's come.
Yay!
Your spell slots are restored.
Nice.
Personally, I think I said a little bit of this before. Hold on. First off, okay, can you hear me right now?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're all
Yeah.
good.
Okay. Now, question: if I turn my fan on, does that have more interference, or is it about the same?
I can hear it, but it's
Yep,
not
hearing.
that bad.
Oh,
I
okay. Do you
personally
mind if
don't hear it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't
cool.
hear it.
I'm gonna keep it on then because it is wilting in here.
I have my fan on as well. It's hot.
All right. So last night Catch was, preparing spells, and did anyone in the room before when we were trying to rouse the through Subaki's lute playing and all that to hopefully get the basically comatose? I mean, you look pretty scared for a comatose, but I'm just trying to ask: were there any like wizard-looking people?
Yes, several.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
There were several wizards, several clerics. There was a wide variety of magic classes.
Yes. Is the person who escorted me to my room magic
Yes.
class? Okay. I was wondering. I was hoping to ask if there's any official way they got hired or they started to learn magic in general. I know this is probably after they've long gone, but if I can track someone down.
Okay. How are you going to go about tracking someone down?
Okay, well, I'll do this. So I head out of my room and start heading back the way they escorted me.
Similar to Zagra's room, as soon as you open the door, there is just a marble wall on the other side.
Can I cast Identify?
Sure.
Ooh.
Identify.
I will cast Identify at the wall. Hold on, I'm going to close my window because there's someone mowing outside.
Okay.
Hey, Andrew, quick question.
Yep.
How are the
Okay.
group's sort of cause-related injuries healing?
They all healed back to normal.
Normal rates? Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
No, that's completely fair. I know for a fact that when I did that with Dromage, I specifically called out certain spells and such, so it's fair to double check. There is nothing magical or special about this wall.
It's a wall.
It's a wall.
It's a wall.
Can I inspect the wall, see if there's any markings, if there's any interesting thing about the stonework itself, just in general?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me a perception or investigation check.
Sure thing. I'll just investigate it. That's kind of what I'm doing, so, 13.
Okay. It is very nice, very well hewn, well treated marble. There is a very intricate pattern, but it is completely natural. It almost seems as though this wall was specifically selected and chosen with great and utmost care to the construction of this palace. But there is nothing innately arcane or odd about the wall.
If I put some pressure on it, does this go all the way up to the ceiling in the hall, or is this just barely covering my door? Can I tell the general size?
You open the door and the wall, it's the same wall that is basically from one side of your room to the other. It is all the same wall.
Oh. All right. Hmm. You know what? I got spells to burn. It's night, and I am legitimately curious. So, first off, I'm gonna summon Aristotle.
Okay.
Do you have a
Still,
balcony?
still white cat form. Do I have a balcony?
You have a large window area.
Okay.
There isn't a balcony per se that you can go step outside on, but there is a large window.
Fair enough. Not gonna make much difference for what I'm thinking right now. Worst comes to worst, I can send Aristotle out, look around. I'm going to cast Enlarge Reduce, reduce on this section of the wall, and see if something happens.
Okay. Let me do a quick look through at,
Sorry.
Oh no, it's all good. It's all good. Okay. As you cast Reduce on the wall.
Reduce the wall.
Reduce the wall.
Reduce the wall!
Tear down the wall. Okay,
Andrew.
what? Sorry, that's what I heard.
Wait, what did you put out for me?
I did not hear anything.
I whispered, tear down the wall.
Oh. Tear down for what? Is that the reference? Okay. I
No,
get it.
that is not the reference.
Oh.
When you cast Reduce on the wall, you can see some of the... Would this work? I'm legitimately...
Ooh. Break the system. There is no wall.
Break it. Break the wall.
What if you shrink? The
Um,
wall refuses to be shrunk, so you become tiny.
I hope it's not a load-bearing wall.
What does that mean?
The
holding up
wall
the
that
building.
keeps up the roof.
Oh. Oh yeah, I would hope not that as well. The whole palace would come crumbling down.
Or at least a section of it.
At least that particular section.
okay. As you cast Reduce on the wall here, the room seems to kind of shudder and contract a bit.
No.
It seems to kind of begin to pull inward slightly, and then an arcane force begins to kind of push back on it.
Alright. And there was no like magic inscribed on the wall or anything that I could see, like that I could just find in general.
On the wall? Nope. Absolutely not.
All right. What does outside look like from the window currently?
Outside, it is growing to be night. You are overlooking a courtyard, different from the one that you passed through on the way in. There are people kind of out and about, telling stories, wandering around, talking to each other. It is distant. You are up on a higher floor.
Okay. So, In that case, how far down?
I would probably say about 400 feet.
Oh, that's longer than I thought it would be. Oh, I'm checking my spells now. See if anything has that range.
You got Featherfall?
I do have Featherfall. Worst comes to worst. In fact, I prepared Featherfall because of the situation we were in yesterday.
Oh yeah, I
That was
remember.
like 3 days ago.
the window.
In canon, I feel like, especially after the whole Aristotle incident, that's what led Ketch to learn Featherfall.
I believe it.
Fair.
The only problem is I won't have a way back up. And I still want to be in my room.
Yeah, do you want to spend the first night out just outside the palace?
You get the luxurious room of dreams, and what you want to do, experiment outside.
I mean, you are kind of trapped in
You
there,
have
aren't
this-
you?
Wizards.
Not really.
Isn't there a wall?
A wall.
I mean, he's like standing at, but like he can like go outside.
Mm.
There's
Okay.
not a balcony.
Are there any other windows, like, to the right or left where I can see anyone? Like, within, like, these living spaces, like, any of my compatriots?
There are not windows in between rooms.
Mm.
That would be
No,
awkward.
not in between rooms. Like, if I look outside, can I, like, see windows along the same side of the wall that I'm on?
Like, could you see me on my balcony?
Yeah. If you poke your head out the wall enough, there are some other windows all along the building itself.
Okay. How far apart are each window?
They're it's a couple. It's probably about 100 feet between each large window to each large window, or to each balcony to, or et cetera, et cetera.
And last question, is there any sort of lining? Like, you know, in old-fashioned buildings, there's, like, a tiny little ledge that leads, like, from a window to not enough to stand on, but for, like, pointing out and, like, ease.
Is there a ledge? Yes, there would be.
Alright. In that case, I'm going to send Aristotle out and, through Aristotle's eyes, look through each window that is going along.
Okay.
Ooh. Fun.
And if anyone sees, it is just a plain, like, pure white cat with one blue and one purple eye.
Fair enough.
It's just a cat.
Just a cat.
Just a cat.
Just a cat.
Cutie, cutie, cutie cat.
Just a cat.
Okay. As you make your way, as Aristotle makes his way around on the ledge, passing by different windows, the room immediately to your right, if you're facing the window, is Zagreus' room.
Oh, hi!
Aristotle kind of gets up on the balcony, looks around. The window's open.
Is this before or after you ate the mushroom?
I ate the mushroom before starting meditation, so after? I would think.
What does this look like through Aristotle's eyes?
I'd like to think my eyes are closed, I am meditating, I don't know what's there.
Alright. Is there any foliage around this area?
There are some normal plants, like just regular, everyday, material realm plants.
All right. Cool. I'm gonna. I'm just gonna.
Small shrubs. Small shrubs.
I'm going to look for any shrub that has like a flower and just put it on the edge of the balcony.
Oh, are you giving a flower to Zagro?
Okay. You are able to.
Oh, add that since I'll think it's from the Fae.
You are able to find a couple, a small flower, from which Aristotle can pluck a couple petals and place them in a delicate, ornate pattern upon the entry to the balcony, upon the sill.
I'm so sorry. Okay.
It's okay.
After that, Aristotle's going to keep exploring.
Okay.
How many more flowers do I need to add to my inventory because they're all from the Fae?
Specifically, do note that the ones that Aristotle put there were normal, like they were from the material realm.
I realize it.
Yeah.
So I was just adding to them.
Zagro, the ones that Zagro finds when she wakes up, are not.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Next window.
Next window is an empty room.
Mm-hmm. And the next one? Oh, wait, actually, no. Aristotle, really quick, sorry. Aristotle's going to go into that room. And can Aristotle peek under the door?
Okay. The window is not open in that room.
Oh, dang, that's right. Windows are closed. Aristotle's going to try opening the window. Why not?
Okay. Go ahead and roll me sleight of hand for the cat.
Yep. I gotcha.
That can't be good.
With disadvantage because your cat is not wielding thieves' tools.
That's fair.
It's
the
also
window's
a
probably
sleight of
locked.
hand
That's-
check when it doesn't have hands.
You know,
Okay,
that does
Dexter?
help as well.
Dexterity is pretty good for Aristotle, though.
Elf, quote
Yeah.
unquote.
Yeah, well, it does help.
Okay. My first roll is an 8. My second roll was a 16, so 8.
Plus
8 total.
8 total. Okay.
Nothing from dexterity.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a cat would have a positive dex. But
It
okay.
should have a positive dex, like +2, I think.
That is, I added, that was the
Oh,
roll
you already,
added
okay.
with, yeah.
Oh, okay. Aristotle kind of bumps himself up against the window, pushing in at different angles. Doesn't seem to give. Stands up on hind legs, kind of puts its paws up on the window. Kind of tries to pull. Immediately feels lurching backward and is just like, nope. Tries to push in, still nope. It appears that the window is sealed on the inside.
Aristotle is going to do just a low sort of growl and then continue on.
Fair enough.
Okay. Gonna keep going until there's a window that has someone inside.
Excuse me, sorry. Okay. It is not the one after this, but the next one. So this is several
4 down?
windows down. Yeah. Yeah, because there's Zagra, empty room. Then there is this one. You see
know what plan I'm trying to make.
Sorry, I'm mildly. Yeah, okay. No, it's fine.
You okay?
I think so. My brain just kind of didn't do a thing, but it's okay.
You know
No,
what?
I get that.
We all have
We
those.
all
I get
got
that.
that. Yeah. My brain does the thing. And
Did your
gone.
brain have a hiccup?
Yes, very much so.
They do.
Okay. As Aristotle approaches this fourth window down, there is a cleric in there. They are half-elven. They are kind of sitting down, kind of looking out through the window, but their eyes are closed. They're kind of doing a meditation, and they are holding on to a small amulet around their neck.
Does it look like it belongs to a specific god that I might know?
Go ahead and roll a religion check.
That is, hey, doing better. Not natural, 20.
Okay. It is primarily a silver pendant with a green gem on the inside. The silver has dragon scales kind of all around it in patterns that go up and down and all over the place. And there's just kind of a almost pulsing light just kind of emanating from the very slightly from the center of the gemstone.
Is it Bahamut?
You are not familiar with any of the names that it would be.
No, fair enough. Alright, Aristotle is just going to sit on the windowsill and go, meow.
Okay, How am I going to do this? Go ahead and roll presence for Aristotle.
Okay.
I don't have presence.
It's charisma.
Oh, just charisma? Okay. Sorry, I'm looking at the cat stat sheet. And I'm like, where?
The cat would not have presence, no.
Okay, charisma. Cat? Wow. Aristotle, not too charismatic. Okay.
He is technically an object that looks like a cat, not a cat.
Just like it's not a pipe, it's a picture of a pipe, you know?
Yep, basically.
The cat might
Alright.
not have much charisma, but it does have persistence.
That is an 8
That is
total.
true.
I rolled a 10 minus 2.
It technically looked a dragon in the eye and survived.
Well, it survived the dragon. It still hit the ground.
I'm just saying, it still survived the dragon. That's impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys technically did too because you healed. Well, you tried to heal a dragon. We all saw the dragon.
He's not as
Um,
intimidating in his human form.
Aristotle
we all saw him
meows
fighting.
as loudly as possible. It doesn't seem to be garnering this cleric's attention. So Aristotle
Okay.
continues meowing and kind of begins pawing at the window.
Oh.
Answer the door. Answer the door.
Answer the window.
This is a crime against
Answer the
cat lovers.
window.
And she rolled a natural 2 for perception.
I would know there's a cat a mile away.
Is the window open? Or, not open, unlocked, rather?
It's worth a shot. Go ahead and do,
I'll
do sleight of hand.
Okay. Yo, that was a 20.
Hey,
Yo, not natural, it's
it's
a dirty
unlocked
20, but
now.
As Aristotle is kind of cat-wapping the window pane, trying to get attention.
Eventually,
Eventually, no, the cat is not going to break the window with its paw.
well, not on purpose.
The window is a cat hater.
You know, the putty could always come out of that window and the glass just falls out, right?
True. There is some movement in the window when Aristotle kind of gets up on his hind legs and kind of pushes, like, with intent. And the window kind of immediately just slides and slides down a bit. I need Aristotle to go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw.
All right.
Oh, Aristotle.
That it is an 11.
Okay. Aristotle.
It's kind of bad for a cat.
Okay. As the window kind of begins moving inward slightly, Aristotle slides back and, like, their paws like catch on the bottom part of the window as it is opening up. Go ahead and roll me your choice of athletics or acrobatics for Aristotle, as its back legs are hanging off the ledge.
I guess acrobatics. 12. Oh.
Okay. Aristotle is able to kind of flop his back calf into the wall enough that he can use his claws to kind of dig into a crevice in between some of the marble slabs and pieces used in the construction of the building, and kind of just push himself vaulting up back onto the ledge, and then kind of duck his head low and enter into the cleric's room.
All right, Aristotle's going to check the cleric's door.
Okay. Like going over and just kind of peering under to see if there is...
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
This is an Aristotle strong suit. That is a 17.
Okay. As you peer under the door, there is darkness. There is a wall on the other side.
Oh. Well, drat. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna claw at this person's leg, not hard, just to try getting their attention.
Okay. You pot them, eventually breaking their concentration and their prayers, their communion. Oh, what is this little one here?
And Aristotle's going to go back to the door and do that thing where the cat just sits in front of it, looking at it, then looking at them, looking at it.
Okay. What do you want to? Where are you go? Where are you trying to go?
Still just sitting down, looking at the door.
Got it.
Oh, okay. Do you need to go outside? Okay. You see as she reaches over to the doorknob, pauses for a quick second, and opens the door. There is... Aristotle, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Uh-oh. I have a bad feeling about this.
I know that song.
17.
17, okay. There is a small ripple of light all around the door and a small gust of wind that kind of opens up, that passes through, and the door opens to basically the bottom of the stairwell that you guys walked up into the main palace area.
What did this cleric do? What did this cleric do? All right. Aristotle is going to wait a second, like while the door is open, and just do the cat thing of like still looking at the door and looking at the person.
Terror. You know, cat thing.
The wizard is angry at the use of magic.
The wizard is angry at the use of magic he does not understand.
Aristotle just kind of looks at the door, looks back at the cleric, looks back at the door.
And then Aristotle's gonna start walking back towards where I first made an entrance. Like where I first went into my room.
Like you're going back out through the window and...
No, not out through the window. Through the hallway that we came in from, and go to my door from the other side.
Okay, as a clarifying point, this leads out into kind of the main chamber that was quote-unquote downstairs when you first entered the palace, and then there are the large double doors that lead out towards the garden and the pavilion. You do not see, like, Aristotle does not have a way to access the stairs that lead back towards where you had gone for the rooms.
Can I get as far as Aristotle can? And there's like another door, right?
I mean, there are the two large double doors that enter into the area, and they are, one of them is kind of cracked open, and there are people all around and kind of going about their normal nightly activities.
Okay. Has Aristotle been followed?
No.
Okay.
She eventually shuts the door behind him.
Okay. There's two things I'm going to do. One is going to be probably not successful, and the other one is probably going to be not successful in a different way.
Okay.
Okay. Love the confidence.
So the door is cracked open. Can Aristotle like squeeze through the crack?
Oh, absolutely. You are now in the outer courtyard area of the palace.
Okay. Okay. So, like, what exactly is blocking Aristotle from getting to the stairs again?
A closed door.
Okay. Okay. Aristotle is going to go around and listen to some more of the conversations that the people in the courtyard are having.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just sort of walking up, like every now and again, like if someone draws attention to Aristotle, Aristotle will do the cat thing of like rubbing his head against their shin and then walking away.
Okay. You hear... Interesting. One moment while I go ahead and pull up a note that I have.
All right.
Okay. You hear a couple people quietly talking amongst themselves about Dromage's condition, about how they've tried coteries of different spells that all seem to have no effect. You hear someone disgruntled saying that by hiring you guys to come in and kind of try and take over, or at least step in with something else, it's sort of stepping on the toes of everything else that has happened so far. They're a bit frustrated in that regard.
I would like to remember that one's face for later, but that's just a later thing.
Fair enough. There are people who are just kind of generally talking about their days and things that are going on. Like there's like it feels like small talk.
Okay.
There are.
Is there any of the people that were in like the room when we got in there to fix the dude?
Yes, there are several people. Well, there are a couple. Several is over exaggerating it, but there are a couple people who were in the area and they were kind of taking a look at like everything that's gone on that day, and a lot of what Tsubaki did is kind of a question mark because it looked like she kind of did a small ritual, sang a bit, and then nothing really happened.
Okay? Can I see if like the highest status wizard? Like, can I discern that? Like the most pointy hat, the biggest shoes, large spellbook tome.
The brightest colors on their robe, you know.
Yeah.
Anybody that stands out.
Sure. You can find a larger wizard, or not larger, but like a higher wizard.
Dang, that wizard is like 8 foot tall.
The bigger the
that
wizard,
wizard
the
play
more
basketball.
status they have.
To a cat, all wizards are huge.
True.
Wizard.
Even Tsubaki is huge.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tsubaki like is about the size of Aristotle when Aristotle stands up.
3 feet?
Nah, maybe 2 feet. Maybe you got a foot on Aristotle.
Cats do extend though.
All right. Aristotle's gonna go up to that wizard and sit at their feet.
Okay.
No, kitty.
The wizard, you see they are bald. They have kind of a dark mustache and a small bit of a goatee. They see Aristotle kind of come up and do the cat stuff. And he will pick up Aristotle and kind of hold him out in front of him, and then kind of just get him put him on his lap and just kind of pet him and just kind of give affection to the cat.
All right, Aristotle originally had a goal, but Aristotle's gonna get lost in this moment for like maybe 5 minutes, and just accept the fact.
Okay.
But eventually Aristotle is going to like do a cat stretch up, jump back to the floor and like claw at the wizard's leg, and then like try like signaling the wizard a way to follow him. Like, you know, claw at the wizard's leg a little bit, like sort of the thing when cats like nibble on your pant leg and like try like moving back a bit.
Okay. That is a natural 19 insight. Okay. The wizard will, as Aristotle gets up and kind of jumps down to the ground and collects attention, he'll be like, "Okay, little friend, where are you trying to take me?"
And Aristotle's going to walk briskly back towards the door he could not enter. Making sure the wizard is following.
Okay. The wizard will kind of will follow.
Awesome. Okay. Aristotle's gonna claw at that door, that evil door.
The wizard will bend down and speak directly to the cat. Which room is your master in?
Looks at the door, looks at him, looks at the door. What room number am I in?
They did not give you one.
Okay, I didn't think so. Aristotle is going to... Can Aristotle make claw marks in this door?
Is Aristotle going to try?
No, I don't want to overstep bounds. Aristotle is just going to... The best Aristotle can... Shrug? A little cat shrug? And, paw at the door again. I'm fairly certain, especially if this is a grand wizard or, a really in-charge wizard, he's probably caught on at this point. So, I'm not attempting to hide anything. I'm just generally trying to get him to unlock my door.
Okay. He is going to cast a spell.
Aww.
You see him put his hand on Aristotle's back. And Aristotle looks up, and all of a sudden his eyes kind of begin to almost have this faint opalescent sheen to them. Oh, okay. I see where you're from. Give me one moment.
This is through Aristotle's eyes going, back in time to, just looking at Ketch meditating on the floor.
He casts scrying.
Ah, fair enough.
For the record, he will go ahead and open the door into Ketch's room.
Awesome!
And you watch as Aristotle immediately kind of bounds into the room. And the wizard will go ahead and just kind of close the door behind.
Awesome. Okay, Aristotle is going to rest around my neck for the norm. So I have a little white cat scarf, essentially, on top of my regular scarf.
This scarf.
Okay.
This scarf.
And Ketch is going to say, "Hello, thank you so much. I sorry for the rude interruption of your party. I didn't know any way else to send a message outside."
The wizard closed the door after Aristotle bounded in.
Yes, I realize this. But
Okay.
He's still... Wait, did he come inside, though?
No.
Oh, wait! Oh, no!
You're 100%.
Scenario!
He opened the door to let the cat into the room, and then closed the
He
door.
closed it.
I thought he came into the room! No! Okay.
That was real distress. Oh.
Okay, well, Ketch is going to open his eyes, expecting to see someone, realizing it's the door closing, go, "Well,
No.
I didn't really expect that to work, but, I mean, I got further than I thought I would."
Wanted
And
conversation.
Ketch is going to attempt to, similar to how the cleric did, just attempt to, force arcane magic into the doorknob as he turns, maybe?
There was no
This is the plan B.
spell ever expended when opening the door. Aristotle would get that. Would have recognized that.
Dang.
You basically could have opened the door at any point as long as you just turn the knob, right?
Wait, what would have happened
It's
if
a
I
wall.
left?
We opened the door to a wall. It's only letting people open doors to actual doorways.
Okay.
What if I leave the door open, but then someone comes by? That's kind of confusing. Okay. Can I attempt to open the door exactly the way the cleric did? It's probably some sort of item you need. Ketch realizes this, but is trying anything at this point.
Okay. You. How do you go about this?
Taking the exact same steps the cleric used to open the door, like slowly, like attempting to replicate them exactly.
Okay. You take a moment, you pause, you feel your hand around the doorknob, you turn it, you open the door, and there's a wall.
I cast Identify on the doorknob?
It's a doorknob.
Gosh, dang it.
Doors, the doors. The walls are the walls.
I mean, I can fall like 4 stories down and cast Featherfall and be like really in the open about it, but I don't think they want that. I'm just trying to get someone's attention to get let out and talk to the other wizards. I just want to socialize with other magic people.
They're like parents, and they're like, go to sleep.
Just
You're
go
not
to
allowed.
sleep.
You're not allowed to leave your room.
Try in the morning.
Fine. Patch is just going to attempt to like double down and learn some spells until he falls asleep.
Okay.
Well, that was my night, everyone.
I loved it.
You and Aristotle have a dogged persistence.
I would like to
It
say
had a
it's
funny
like,
moment at the end.
it's like the adventures of Aristotle.
And
It was mostly Aristotle's adventure, yeah.
And Tsubaki, you are fast asleep after having read through your notes.
After reading the interesting fan mail I received, I tucked myself into the luxurious bed of my room and thought, drifting to sleep, of Farcall. Honestly, my mind has been filled with Farcall and all of its possibilities. I've dreamt about it often, and that's pretty much how I went to sleep.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I got a 17.
Okay. As you are drifting off to sleep, kind of trying to piece all of these little bits together in your mind, you feel yourself kind of just pulled in different directions, reliving different moments from all of the different times you've utilized some of the Farcall's sparks. It almost feels like you're just kind of pulled down as individuals, creatures covered in darkness and shade, kind of are staring down from up above the worlds, just kind of watching your moves. Just then you find yourself alone in a darkness. Different threads all around, tangled knots everywhere, just here and there, an endless spider's web of possibility.
Okay.
And just images over and over from Dromage, from Ketch, just quick little moments here and there, flooding back in and out between the spaces. But there isn't purpose, there isn't focus, there isn't drive. It just is. Everything echoing infinitely in every direction.
lose you?
Nope.
Okay.
There was just nothing more to say.
All right. Yep. In these dreams, Tsubaki mostly quietly contemplates things, piecing them together, forming her own theories. Dreams are often vivid to Tsubaki, and she never forgets them often.
Mm-hmm. It seems as though, as you're sitting here, everything around you just seems to kind of refract at different points. As though you're sitting in a small teardrop-shaped crystal and just looking out around you forever.
Most unusual. Tsubaki's just taking it all in.
Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, some of the different threads seem to rotate through your sphere, through into your area, but most of them stay away, just floating ever beyond your reach.
All right.
And as you just kind of spend the time thinking, focusing, remembering, you find yourself waking up.
All right.
Yeah, there is always seemingly something there, but it's just not quite. Almost trapped between the seconds.
A thought comes to my mind.
Okay.
I wonder if... Tell me the dragon's name again.
Dromish?
Dromish.
Well, that's the mage's name. You wouldn't specifically be familiar with the dragon's name, but...
Oh, I thought he and the dragon were the same thing. My bad.
It's okay. I mean,
it's complicated.
That's the only name you've gotten for him so far.
Anyways, so, I was wondering, I thought about it, and it's like, I wonder if he has a crystal like Ketch does. Somewhere. It's just something I wonder.
It's a curious question. Perhaps.
I wonder a great many things, but, well, I look around. I, fold up the fan mail and stuff it into my bag.
Okay.
You know what they say, the most curious questions get the most curious answers.
Mm.
I don't know, I just felt...
Yes, we say that. But it works.
I don't know, I was just feeling cryptic.
Oh.
But yeah, I get up.
Okay.
Feeling pretty good, I guess. At least I didn't die this time, thinking that to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Avoiding death is always a good thing.
You didn't even have to check for it this time. That was weird.
I know, right?
Yeah, that was...
Thank you, violin. But yeah, I guess I'm just gonna wait around to see who shows up to my door.
Okay. Eventually, as the sun is coming up, it's probably going to be around 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. Someone you do not recognize will open up your door, and if you are up at that time, they will invite you down to the mess hall, where there is basically a large breakfast being served.
Okay. I grab food. I have my notes and things that I've been taking about the far call, and I've been I've also been writing down the things that come to my mind and the dreams I've been having and all sorts of things.
Okay. Roughly around the same time, someone will open the doors for both Zagra and Ketch.
Oh, thank God, exits.
Yeah, it might be like really, what's it called? What
the hell is going on with that?
Claustrophobic.
Can I please, next time by chance, be able to get out of my room when I need?
The doors are completely open.
Yes, but I think you and I both know about the stone slab that is in front of it. I don't know why, I'm going Dracula.
I heard that too.
But
You always gotta go Dracula.
Lab.
So I wanted to practice a bit of fire, and if it went out of hand, I wanted to be able to, escape. And I don't think that was really an option. So I had to take off a whole day's worth of fire magic just to. It's just frustrating.
Don't try to leave.
This palace
Is there a trick to opening the door? Is there an item I need? I would like to know this.
The palace is a collection of submanifolds. All you need to do is merely picture the location you wish to open the door to, and it will open.
Oh. Okay.
Was that easy?
That's it?
Were you guys dreaming a door for like walls or something?
You know what? That makes a lot of sense, because one of how the one wizard
enter into corridors, and so the spell was like failing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I went essentially across windows, and I wound up on the bottom floor, and I went supposedly at the bottom floor all the way to my room instantly, even though it didn't lead there before. Which makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
Am I having a similar conversation with my guy, I assume?
If you ask, that is
yes.
Roughly the exact same answer that they will give.
All right. Could you please step out for a second?
Please, step out here.
They will step back through the door to where they came, and they will close it behind them.
Thank you. I'm going to open the door without any, image in my head again.
You open it to the wall.
Okay. Now I'm going to open it directly outside of the room, where he just came from. I'm going to imagine that space.
Okay. You see almost a small spark along the bottom edge of the door as this brilliant white light just kind of quickly rolls around, almost like flash paper around the inside of the door, and you open it up, and it is the exact same place it was open to before, and you see the individual on the other side.
So you're saying
it would
almost
be
as easy as opening a door.
it would be a lot easier to handle such things if it was explained beforehand. It is quite not cool to
Jarring?
not be able to leave the room.
It's jarring. How are we supposed to know you're supposed to mentally picture where you want to go? We haven't even seen this entire place.
You probably won't during your stay here.
I accept that.
Well, I'm going to close the door again, and I'm going to...
Pout?
Picture it's the most
Are you
random.
gonna, you're gonna go inside the room and pout a little bit?
I'm going to imagine the cleric's room.
You go ahead and you see the bead of white light kind of pass around the outside of the door, but once it kind of gets to the top, it immediately rolls back around as red. And it does not open.
I'm going to imagine the corridor again.
Okay.
And before the guy walks off, like, okay, what does the red flash mean?
It means the room is locked or private.
How do you make a room locked or private? Like, if I wanted my room locked and private.
It already is. Others cannot access it without working for our staff.
I see. Thank you. And I'm going to close the door, and I'm going to imagine the cleric's room once again, and try knocking on the door.
Okay.
Sorry, Catch loves magic and everything, and this is
I'm
so
Oh my
fun for
god,
Catch.
I'm just now going to get food.
The door
I'm not even
opens,
picturing
and
this
the
hole. I'm just
cleric's
going.
room is completely juxtaposed to yours. It is basically like the two of your rooms are staring right into each other when you open the door. When she opens the door.
Okay, Catch is going to like fight like a child like glee face to be a little more adult and
Be like, my apology.
hello. I would like
Do you
to
still have Aristotle with you?
Yeah,
might help
Aristotle's
explain
still
things.
around my neck. Aristotle's still around my neck. I would like to apologize for last night. I believe my cat, and then Aristotle is going to sort of get up around my neck and do like a little paw stretch on my shoulder. It seems my cat disturbed you last night. I would just like to formally apologize.
Oh, that was your familiar who found its way to my window. First night I take it?
Yes, I did not know how to get out of my room, and I was trying to signal someone to help me get out of the room, but it did not work very well.
Seems like you're getting the hang of it now.
Yes,
It helps
It
me
is-
cold.
it is an interesting technique. These rooms, these manifolds. This is just honestly incredible. Anyway, sorry. I just hope you have a good day, and I once again apologize.
Okay. I'm gonna be heading down to breakfast soon. If you have questions or anything, I suppose I can help you out there.
Thank you so much. I would appreciate it. I can't apologize enough. I understand you are probably praying to your God, and I probably disturbed that.
I understand. It's okay.
All right. Catch is just sort of standing in the doorway, like sort of waiting for them to close the door.
She will close it.
Okay, cool. Catch is going to immediately think of the corridor again and open it.
The steward is walking in the opposite direction now, away from...
Okay. Also, even the knock would have been appreciated. I just figured out that you can knock on someone else's door via the same method. Thank you very much. Great. I mean, it would be legitimately helpful if you explained that.
He's not going to turn around.
And Catch is going to close the door again.
4 stars. Very fancy, but they didn't tell us how the doors worked.
That sounds like a Yelp review.
It was supposed to.
I mean, I know it was, but like, I believe
Sleep
it.
and got up and went to breakfast. That's about it.
Okay.
Question. Can I think of... Okay, I'm going to do one more test and then I'm going to go to breakfast. I apologize.
It's okay.
Can I imagine... let's say the inn where we all met. Can I imagine that and like try opening the door?
Okay. You just get the wall.
All right.
It is not within the network.
Yep. I can't make calls outside. Understood. Okay, I'm going to imagine the breakfast nook. And actually, wait, I want to do one more test.
Oh my goodness,
I'm going to imagine further down the hallway where the one dude was, and I'm going to try like opening a door that he's like right beside.
Are you just trying to bother
closing
people?
his door at different places.
Well, he does kind of deserve it.
You are able to open the door into basically this main vestibule area. There are a couple different doors that people can open and close. You notice that they are all very similar around the outside, so as to basically be quote-unquote a generic spot where people can come and go from all of the different areas, and so it ends up being interchangeable.
Amazing. Okay, this is like the Scooby-Doo corridor. I love it.
This is the Scooby-Doo corridor.
I don't.
And I'm going to say, I'm going to open the door to where the servant dude was and say, "See you at breakfast," and close it real quick.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Catch wants to go to breakfast.
Oh,
okay.
now.
You open the door, and he's still standing there outside of that one.
All right.
There is no door to the breakfast hall.
This is the door to the breakfast hall.
That's fair.
He was inviting you there.
Catch is going to follow behind.
Okay.
It's okay. Your enthusiasm is appreciated.
Okay.
You get there and there's a number of flowers and flower petals in front of Zagra that she's kind of toying with.
Yeah, immediately Catch is going to, like, whenever he sees Zagra or Tsubaki, talk about this cool door palace. Like, can you imagine, like, the work of the spell circle that had to go into it? Like, it goes through almost any door of the palace, and you can even set nodes to, like, block certain users, but you can still knock on the doors of them. Like, I could knock on your door if I wanted to meet you.
Oh. I really wish they had explained this to us before.
That would have been very useful, and the one dude. Again.
It's second nature to them. They didn't know you were coming from somewhere that was... Like, this is normal stuff to them. Like, this is mundane.
But it's like explaining... I don't know... water being wet.
Catch hates how cool these wizards are.
Wouldn't you, like, pass out and die if you attempted something like this?
I would die many times over before I could probably teleport a pebble 5 feet. But essentially, in the wizard world, let me explain it this way. These are essentially the jocks of the football team, while I'm like a chess club.
What's
like
a chess nerd?
Yeah. Okay. So have you
It would
heard
be
of dragon chess?
It would be dragon chess in this one.
Well, we shortened it to chess club because every now and again we play with a variant rule where you don't have the dragon and instead you have the Demi Lich. It's a whole thing. Anyway.
So I see you've gone to r/anarchy chess.
Please, I created r/anarchy chess.
Of course.
Anyway, what's for breakfast?
They have a hero's feast set up.
Yes, a hero's feast.
Oh, yum yum.
That's useful. It's
Nom, nom.
not just food.
It's not only is it good food, it's a lot of good food that does some magic stuff.
Yeah.
Yum, yum.
I before eating, I would also like to just check on the food to make sure it's all kosher.
Yes.
Why don't you just ask the chef?
Like literally speaking, or make sure what the hero's feast isn't poison.
I just realized, yeah, kosher. Both kosher in terms of diet and kosher as in terms of edible and not poison.
This is a hero's feast, so eating the food provided cures you of all diseases and poisons. You are immune to the poison condition and the frightened condition. You have advantage on all wisdom saving throws, and you gain a bonus hit point to your hit point maximum for 24 hours.
But is it
what
You
bonus
can
to
find
hit
it,
point
yes.
maximum?
17 points up from your maximum that you also get. So yeah, for the next 24 hours, your hit point maximum is increased by 17.
Okay.
Alright. Yep. Safe to eat, as far as I can tell. No one did anything extra to the spell. Kind of wrong. Is the one wizard from last night somewhere here?
There are a couple of these Heroes Feast tables set up, just because it's basically a table of 12 per, and so there's a couple of them set up for different... each one has some different food, so you can basically mosey around and partake of anything else.
It's a buffet style.
It's not really buffet, but family style.
A very big
That's
family style.
I want to do two more things really quick. First off, I'm going to point out the wizard that was talking smack about Tsubaki to Tsubaki, and just say, be warned of that one. He does not trust you a lot.
I missed that part. There's a wizard talking smack about Tsubaki.
Yeah, he was just saying I don't trust you.
It's alright. I suspect.
What's he look like? Which one was it?
That one over there.
Was it the bald one with the mustache?
No.
No. Okay.
This
as I
is...
said-
The person who is a bit curious and distrusting of you is a higher level cleric. When Ketch interacted with her, she was just kind of wearing more common or plain clothes, but here she is kind of wearing a suit of medium scale mail and has a kind of mace slung down at her side. She is human, specifically. Darker hair.
Is this the same cleric he was knocking on the door of, or?
No, that... no.
Just kidding?
Completely different, yeah.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, Ketch just sort of points that one out, says you may have to convince some people that you are, actually helping, and it just... Because your presence with some of them is in line with competition, because everyone's trying to save this dude.
You also must understand, on the outside, nothing's happening. Next to nothing is happening.
Well, it's like a prognosis, you know? I gotta know what's wrong before I actually do something, because I wouldn't want to stupidly walk into a situation I was unprepared for. So basically, right now, all I'm doing is looking around and seeing where the problem is. And I definitely know there's a problem, I just don't know where it is. And it's very similar to what happened with our friend.
Just note, we're not seeing... You're probably seeing all sorts of weird things, but on the outside, not much happens.
I understand, because it's everything about this is like all intertwined. The best way I could do it is somewhere between the soul and cosmic. It's hard to understand.
I think they just need results.
I get it, but I'm not gonna go and cast a spell I'm not prepared to use. I'm gonna make sure I know what's going on first. Because if I make a boo-boo I can't take back, then we're kind of screwed anyways.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look as much as I can, find the problem, then fix the problem.
Good idea.
It's just the smart way to Tsubaki does things sometimes.
I just wanted to let you know, because there's probably going to be people who are going to attempt to stop or halt that process.
Okay.
Question for you, Andrew. Am I in disguise or not? I'm thinking no, but...
I know you said when you came here, you had the alter self up for meeting with Severe.
I honestly think I'm going to drop it, because I feel like all these guys could probably saw through it. These are high-level magic users.
True Sight is not a class feature.
Pardon?
True Sight is not a class feature, but it is a spell, but it is not a class feature.
So
maybe it's better to keep it up then. I'll keep it up.
That is something that you would know. Yeah.
I shall keep it up then.
There's maybe 9 people who would be able to see through it just on their own.
And they haven't said anything.
And they really haven't done anything. They're just like, huh, neat, interesting. If they saw you at all.
Okay.
Yep.
Catch.
Marking down true polymorph for later. Yes.
You said you were looking for the wizard?
Yes, the one that helped Aristotle get back to my room.
They are kind of over on the side of the chamber. They're wearing kind of this, similar to what they had out on last night, but it is kind of long, a very deep blue, just kind of baggy wizarding robes, with a slightly tan scarf. Once again, a worn tan scarf, so it's got a bit of a deeper color, but it is of someone who is well traveled and learned.
Not only is this a fellow wizard, but a fellow scarf enjoyer.
Oh.
It's not like wrapped up around his neck, but it's just kind of draped over from around the sides, almost as an accent to the ensemble.
I mean, scarf recognizes scarf. Like, this is still a scarf wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Wizard.
That also. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go up to him and
Okay.
say hello.
As far as appearance,
also...
roughly akin to.
Oh, he looks like.
What? You cut out.
Think about it, Jacob.
He looks like Mordekainen, or I forget how to say his name. But
Mordenkainen?
Mordekainen?
Oh, I swear there was another K in there. Never mind.
Mordenkainen.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought there was a Ken.
The guy who made the multiverse book.
Yeah. That guy.
What
Wait,
do you
is this
mean
that guy?
Why don't you go ask?
Hello, are you Mordecai?
Yes.
I've read
that's
your
it.
books.
I think you're epic.
Yeah.
Oh! We're in deep.
Nerding
Okay, we're in deep, guys. We are in deep, guys. Oh no. Okay.
Why the oh no? As far as I know, this guy's fine.
Oh no, he's fine and everything, but just like his power level it
Yes.
posits questions. Okay.
Yeah, there's a good there's sort of how would you put it, a cabal of mages who a lot of spells are named after.
Yeah. Imagine, okay. Imagine Ryan Reynolds. This is as Ryan Reynolds is to acting, to spellcasting is to him. Kind of.
I guess that works.
You don't know
Like,
very many popular celebrities, do you?
He's essentially a rock star for magic wizards. It's anyway. Ketch is trying to resist asking this guy to sign his spellbook.
Don't do that. You don't know what will happen.
That would be kind of cute, though.
You don't know what would happen, but that would be so cute.
Like, there are legends of this guy within the wizard world. Okay, Ketch is going to go up to him, like very, very much like someone meeting someone who's like just not real, and just like, I would like to thank. I appreciate the help yesterday. My cat, Aristotle, and bringing him my room and everything. Thank you.
Oh, it's no problem. Happy to return a familiar to their master's side. Always happy to help. What?
At what point does Ketch pass out?
Trying hard not to. Like, Ketch is tongue-tied. It's like, just experiencing a lot of emotions he normally doesn't experience in day-to-day life.
It's okay. I too have my heroes in the bardic world.
Yeah, I'm a hero.
Here,
yeah,
he
you probably
kind of
gonna have
leads you
someone
over to
react
the
like
table
that.
and it's like, here, try some of the stuff over here. I feel like I really like these ones here. And he points to some of the kind of tarts and Danish areas. Danish is the
You've been invited to their table.
Yeah! Thank you. I will try. And Ketch is going to, like, take one of each and just like, while looking at him, just slowly, like, open his mouth, put it in, and start chewing. While in his mind, he's freaking out that he's eating one of his favorite meals at recommendation of Mordecai.
Beautiful.
It is quite good.
I'll pass your compliments on to the chef.
Ketch is just standing there, smiling, still shaking his head.
Nodding his head.
Nodding, yes, sorry.
So, where do you come from?
I come from south. A small village. You probably never heard of it. I am studying magic. Just like you, or not just like you. I mean, I am a wizard in training. I am still figuring things out. Self-taught mostly. but I learned a few things, in the field. Other wizards, and a very particular druid who helped me learn some other spells. But yeah, that's. And now I'm here with my friend Subaki. I think you've probably heard of her over there, trying to, help in the way.
I definitely hear my name and look over. But like,
I assume he points, so I just kind of wave.
Same.
Okay. He will look up and kind of acknowledge that you guys kind of wave a little bit as Ketch is talking.
What brings you around here? Do you work in the palace itself? Were you the one who designed the door system, or because that's amazing? I was trying it out this morning. It is very incredible.
That actually was some of my design. I was working with some of the other members of the circle on the whole design of the palace.
That is incredible. May I ask, like, what led to the design and like the overall like idea of creating this just vast system of nodes that connect one space to another, and like the knock and the just ease of access? It is amazing.
I mean, you said it yourself.
Okay.
Simplicity. It's easier to... He sets down his stuff. It's easier to connect 2 points to each other rather than to have anything in between. Usually the simplest way to connect 2 points is a line. But if you can get the 2 points to overlap one another, no need for any travel in between.
Does Subaki hear this?
Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Alright.
Can I be looking around for that one gift person I saw yesterday?
18.
The yesterday?
18.
18? You can hear bits and pieces. Yeah, you understand the gist of what he's saying.
I don't want to, like, interrupt them. I just want to... I get up, take my food and my notes, and I walk closer and I listen to them while I'm doing my own thing. I feel his point of view is interesting.
The simplicity sounds amazing, like in and of itself. But how do you like keep the passageways open, and how do you make multiple lines connect to each other without like a constant overlap?
Here, let me. Do you mind if I take a look through your book?
Yes. This is
right
unheard of
ahead.
in the wizarding community, but Ketch immediately like opens his book like, here you go. In his mind, he's just like, Mordekainen is looking through my spell book.
I wonder if Mordecai is going to notice the weird stuff going on in the spellbook. What if he gets to Eyes of Rin?
Ketch has not thought that far ahead.
Catch. I swear.
He will flip through a couple pages, and you see him land on a page that you are familiar with. Glyph of Warding.
Oh.
I just learned that one. Or just, kind of finally. I'm still in the testing phases of it, really, but I need more of a catalyst to do anything with it.
It's similar to this one. We can get different. I'm sorry. My brain is okay. It's similar to this one. You can set up different runes to be different circles. I'm sure you saw the inside of your door frame works roughly like any other teleportation circle. And from there we can apply different triggers to different glyphs to open it up, depending on the input from the person activating the glyph.
That is
I'll be back.
amazing. Okay, so it's like you're essentially making a web of instant transportation channels based on different thoughts of different beings. In that case, how does the like blocking work for specific doors and like set to private?
A wizard never reveals all of his secrets. He kind of jokingly says to you,
I'm sorry, I did not mean to pry. I am just very curious. As I said, I'm still trying to learn more magics and expand my knowledge of the world.
well, I think if you continue some practice with this one, you can learn to use it to do a great many things.
Thank you so much. I will definitely keep that in mind.
And he will pass your book back over to you.
I will grab it. And in my mind, I am never going to clean this book again. Put it in my holster. And I am going to thank you very much once again, and walk over to my group.
And he will kind of go back to enjoying the meal and then kind of head on his own way to another area of the palace. Specifically walking there.
Okay. I think for some of that conversation, Ketch might have even like accidentally dripped into like orc, just like first language, and then and right now Ketch is full on in orc talking to Subaki and Sagra being like, I just met Mordecai and I'm just like, he touched my spellbook, he taught me, he gave me a lesson. Essentially, this is Elvis meets Einstein, and it's better because he's not just, he's a planeswalker. He like goes to different, like, it's rare to meet him on like any given point at all.
Deep speech?
This is not deep speech.
She knows.
Oh, yeah. Ketch is going to clear his throat like,
I'm back.
Are you familiar with Mordecai?
Me?
I'm going to say probably not, but I feel like that's going to be a roll.
You've definitely heard the name before.
I've heard the name.
Yes.
That's about it.
Famous wizard.
Well, he just offered me his favorite food, and then gave me pointers for my spells.
Hey,
I heard. Good for you, Kedge.
I am overjoyed and am ecstatic. I am going to write this high for probably years.
So I say to Kedge, aren't you glad I made you come with me?
I am glad I am here, and I am glad I am here. Ketch is just sitting down now and like looking up, and just in his mind he's going on this full montage of like him and Mordekainen on a swing set being pushed, him on Mordekainen like studying spells, going to different planes and like finding different like sort of this comedy of like planes walking and learning spellcraft together.
See, Tsubaki, you aren't the only one who's going to get fan mail.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. You are
I'm
right.
still looking around for that gift I saw yesterday.
As Ketch is kind of elatedly talking back with all of you, you do see someone rolling off of the natural 20 from before as well, stepping aside down another corridor, kind of breaking away from the whole get-together here. They seem to be heading back towards different areas of the chamber. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Who?
Me.
Zagra.
That's a 12.
12. You didn't get much of a backside look, but personhood seems similar. The hair seems similar. The dress seems similar. It could be the same person.
I'm gonna go follow.
Okay.
If you guys have something, you can jump in.
Okay.
Zagra's just kind of up and left.
Where did Mordecai go? I'm asking this.
He went off to do with his own stuff after he left Ketch's side. Are you gonna follow?
Was he the guy that I was talking to yesterday when we were trying to heal the guy?
No.
Okay, I was just wondering. No, I'm not going to follow him.
Okay. Okay, Zagra, go ahead and roll. Did you roll with the stealth or? Sorry, I forgot the roll.
I am sneaky.
Sneaky? Okay.
Not trying to be sneaky.
Okay, you are not trying to be sneaky.
Not sneaky. Not sneaky.
Not sneaky. Okay.
Not sneaky.
Okay. Okay, you make your way, following this individual as they seem to be heading back towards a spiraling tower that heads upward. They are on their own at this area, and there are a couple other people who walk in the opposite direction, but they are moving diligently on their own. That's the specific way to say it. They are just a person on a mission, and you are following them.
Are they heading towards Dramage's area, or just a new part of the palace?
New part of the palace. You see them open up a door, kind of along this area here. It is a...
That could be bad.
It is a... It almost looks like it's made of walnut wood, but with slightly deeper red accents to it. There are inlaid pieces of copper that form different patterns on the door. It's not really a defined set of patterns, but they open the door and they pass through. You do not see any flare on the inside of the door frame. The room has this kind of large candelabra in the center of it that you see before they close the door behind them.
So I'm assuming it looks like a personal quarters. I knock.
Okay.
I'm just gonna knock. Actually, before I do, I'm going to switch my ring to the help finger.
The help finger, okay.
I feel like that'll get attention, but that also kind of seems like dialing 911, but there's not an emergency. Is there just a general I want attention finger?
It would be you can wear it on your index finger and just not remove the gem. That would basically be in between kind of identifying and distress. Oh, if the guest is in need of help from another, they will remove the ring. So they will remove the gem from their ring and wear it on their fourth finger.
Like, I don't really need help. I just want to try to make it more obvious.
Okay. Sorry, I'm reading all of the...
Oh, I'm looking at it too, and I'm not seeing it. I think just wearing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to
identifier, yeah.
Fire.
You knock on the door, and she will open the door up to you.
Okay.
They have a very angular face, kind of a pointed chin. You see that their ears are longer, as though they are elven in heritage. A couple freckles along the sides of their face. Black hair tied up into a bun. And she is wearing the ring, identical to the way she was the previous day.
Okay, brushes hand through hair. Hello, I'm Zagra, just wanting to introduce myself around. Since it seems like I'm going to be staying here for a while, I want to get to know some of the people I'm going to be seeing around better.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. Would you like to come in?
Sure. Thank you.
Okay. And she will invite you into the chamber and then close the door behind you. And once the door is closed, she will place 2 fingers along the outside edge of the door, and you see a small spark kind of rotate from one to the other, and then she begins to lock the door a couple of times over.
Gotcha. I'd like to memorize that as best as I can.
Okay.
That locking gesture, because that could probably be useful.
Okay.
Locking doors is nice.
It is a spell.
Oh.
Yes, the spell is Arcane Lock.
Okay. Never mind.
Oh, no, that's ironic.
So, Zagra, how have you made your way into the keep here? And as she does, you see the face kind of begin to ripple away, and a very similar in all ways Gith look back at you.
Okay. Teleported in by Sir Isaac.
Severe.
I think.
Okay.
Severe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were the one who reached out to Drawmish.
Yeah. I realize now he was in no condition to help because he needs help of his own. But at the time, I did not know.
She seems to take that in and pause for a second. Where are you based out of? Which crash?
Does my crush have a name?
That's up for you to decide.
I cannot come up with stuff on the spot. That's a later thing.
Okay. If it has a name, you can say you give it to her.
I'll give her the name. I'll give you the name later.
Fair enough. Works for me.
And we're near Alec right now.
Okay.
All I ask is some sort of naming convention I can base off of it.
It's actually in the document.
Oh.
This crush with you. Are they trustworthy to the eye? Do they have other motives for sending you here?
They don't know I'm here right now, to be completely honest with you.
And how would they react if they did?
I've disappeared before. I don't think it would be too unusual, to be honest. This is the third time now that I think about it. But if you would rather me keep quiet about it, I can. If you would rather let them know, I also can. I have an orb.
There's no. You do not feel obligated to reach out to them.
Okay.
She is pausing, carefully choosing her words. I see you were able to pick up on myself. Are there any others that you have gotten a cue of within the palace?
Not yet. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more, but not yet.
Then I would recommend you keep your ring to yourself. Keep it hidden. I know your face, but others who might find you, let's just say it's a good thing you found me first.
Are we in danger here?
Some intelligence that we've received from across she holds her tongue back a bit. We've received some information that there have been a couple of our kind who have found their way up into some of the higher circles. All reasons All information we have seems to indicate that they are planning something.
Okay. They, meaning... I assume Zagra would know. They meaning the Circle, they meaning the Illithid, they someone else. They meaning...
There are other Gith here.
Yes. And they're planning something. Do we any idea what that is?
We've seen the kinds of wounds that Dromage has suffered once before. I was stationed out on Orth, working exploratory regions with Leomund. And he was struck down by several wearing our rings.
Oh.
Which is why I need to know if you are entering into this area where you are with Dromage. You were there at the scene of his injuries. Where do you
It was
stand?
not a gift.
Was not.
There's a group of people who, well, I don't know if the entire group is doing it, but at least one of them is. One of them is killing off Gith and taking their rings, swords. They got a silver bracer. Thus, they got 2 silver bracers, actually. They're using our own rings.
So they might not even... Interesting.
I was able to convince the one to show us his true form. But as for the others, I don't remember seeing rings on them at the time. But there were, like, 6 in their tower. They definitely could have been taking them off and putting them back on as needed.
Halmadar's Keep. I'd very much like for you to show me where this all was stored. See if we can recover anything else. Was it the same location where Dromage was assailed?
Yes, actually, but it's my understanding that their tower moves.
Clever.
If there's a map, I will point to Bone Grove.
Okay. And this is where Halmadar was last seen.
Who is that?
It's the name we have for whoever is leading all of this. It's the calling card. Dromage has been trying to snuff them out for a while.
Got it.
The wounds he suffered cut deep. This spellcraft wasn't anything of our own making. But it is similar to some of our work.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were somehow harnessing our magics, our techniques through the equipment they're taking from those they kill. This person did mention a master of some form, but I'm not sure if that master was among them.
If he was, that would be ridiculously unfortunate for you.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
We've kept close eye on the progression. Dromage is not likely to recover, much like Leomund before him. The wounds dealt are psionic in nature.
Tsubaki is trying, but I'm not sure if what she can do will be powerful enough to
She has a spark of it. You can tell. The crystal that she pulled out there at the meeting, the gift, she will pull it out of her bag and hand it back to you. Best not to be keeping those flashing around.
I thought she got this back. Okay.
Better to keep them away from here entirely.
Because of them?
These are the tools that Halmadar used on Orth.
Right. Yeah. I see.
I have only ever seen them used for destruction. They break, they explode, and they destroy everything around themselves.
Strange, because I've seen them be used for construction and rebuilding.
That,
I guess it's a matter of who's using them and for what purpose.
I'll support your Tsubaki.
Thank you.
But if you can, collect any notes of her research and pass them on to us. That's... If we can find
I'll see.
ways to fight this off at the pass.
I'll see if I could get a copy of the notes.
Okay.
I could probably get her herself, honestly.
I'd be interested in hearing her words. But it's best to keep it close, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's strange. You know? Sometimes when you're off on another realm, red moons rise and everything burns. Let's make sure that doesn't happen here.
Yes.
And okay, and you see her kind of
I
immediately.
don't think I got your name.
She did give it, I think. Uralis. Uralis.
Nope, did not get that.
Well, then that's her name. That
Okay.
is the.
Let me. Could you say that again?
Uralis. Uralis. And you watch as she basically puts her finger to the ring and disguises, alters self again. Back.
Okay. By the way, I also let disguise drop during the talk,
Okay, fair enough.
but I'll put it back on now.
Okay.
I'll go see what I can do.
Okay, I have some communications I need to send out. And she will basically put her fingers where she had originally, where the arcane lock was, and you watch as she pulls them off, every lock on the door immediately unlocks and opens. And the door will kind of creak open slightly for you to...
Okay, I'm heading out. And back to mess hall.
Okay. That you are able to find Ketch and Tsubaki there.
And so, what I'm saying, Tsubaki, is that Mordekainen, like, in general, with the entire scope of the universe, is, oh, hey, Zagor, how's it going? Essentially, like, he
Sits
maps
down,
out...
quiet, looks sad,
discovered
looks
different...
stressed.
Oh, are you okay, Zagor?
I have been,
Yeah, I'm fine.
I've been, listening to Kedge, but not hearing.
Ketch has gone on a tangent of Mordekainen's many different escapades.
Is Tsubaki's awake?
No. I'm doing notes and stuff, and I'm like nodding and and oh, that's interesting, so fascinating.
I mean, he even wrote some things about Gith, I believe.
Keep that down.
Oh, okay.
No.
Keep that down.
All right.
I'll explain later. Meet me at my room.
All right.
Okay.
How do you think the rooms know which rooms are ours? Like, if I want to get into mine, I can, but someone else can. Like,
I
how does it
am not
know?
concerned with such a thing. All I know is I'm going to go to my room. I'm gonna be there. That's it.
I go room, be there.
Anyway,
I
so
pick.
are we?
I picture room. I be there.
Yep. That's
I
how
wish
it
I
works.
could do that.
I'll see you guys tonight, and
Okay.
just do what you need to do for today.
Okay.
Okay.
So after a while, I've eaten breakfast. I've done a few things. Zagra and the rest of us have chatted, and I don't know what anybody wants me to be doing at this point. Like, do I go in and try again? Are people coming to talk to me about this? I don't know.
Around midday, Severe will come to your room. You'll hear him knock at the door.
All right. I open the door.
We were interested in seeing if you had any new ideas or breakthroughs on the case.
So, as far as I can tell, I can see the same things I saw, but I'm not finding what's the problem. You know, understand what I mean? I can, I guess, dive into this place, and it shows a lot of pathways, a lot of connections to things. And somewhere along the line, the connection, there's got to be something that I'm missing, and I just haven't found it. And by the time I get through on my own strength, I know it doesn't look like much, but it's exhausting at a level that you wouldn't understand, I guess, unless you try it.
Do you know if there's a way to bring someone else in with you?
I can talk about my method. I'm willing to teach anybody who wants to learn. I'll admit, I'm willing to teach anybody who has the ability to, but you have to be careful because I've also, without knowing what I was doing when I first started, injured somebody. But I know what I'm doing a little better than I did. And it affects magic users more than anybody else.
I could see your friends' hesitations the other day.
Yeah. And that's why I want to warn you. But if you want, anybody that you trust that might be open-minded enough to learn from what I've done and, you know, let me explain it, I'd be willing to.
Okay. I know myself personally, having been in the space, I didn't have any adverse reactions to your practices.
Okay.
I'll have to see if any of the others did, but it didn't seem like it on the surface.
Okay. Well, as I said, I want to do it again. I want to go back in, but I do need preparations for it this time.
What do you need?
I know that there are rings that help you cast spells. Let's just say using this ability is like casting a spell. It uses that much energy or ability, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I need something to sustain me past my natural limitations. more than one would be helpful. And as I said, I don't know how the use of this technique, this ability, would do to other people who don't understand what it does. As I said, my understanding is just at its beginning, but it is vast. And I'm just saying, as a person who has traveled the world often, I have never seen something else like this. And I've seen magics of many different types. And it's just, if we could get started now, I'd be willing to right now.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go and meet with the rest of the council there. I'd be delighted if you join.
I would appreciate that.
He will reach out to the door, open it up, and it's the chamber that you were in the other day.
Okay. I'd go through it. Follow him.
Okay. Tsubaki, you are the only one of your group who is present.
I assumed that's how it was going to go.
Okay. What do you do?
I mean, is it a council? Oh, so I'm back in the room with...
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, as I said, I might need a few preparations, to get started this time, though.
Right. He will make his way over to a different cabinet and shelf, and he will open it up, and there are several different pieces of jewelry in them.
Okay.
Primarily rings, and there are 7 different varieties of different gemstones and kind of different metallic pieces that are attached to it that seem to be the main points that harness and channel and focus the energy.
Okay. I ask, are there any differences between them? Like, can you explain the differences, what they do?
Each one connects to a different source.
Okay.
This one here, he picks one up that has a amber colored gem in the middle. This one might get you closer.
Okay.
He will bring it over to you.
Alright. I try it on.
Okay. It is a very nice amber ring. It serves as a +3 spellcasting focus.
Okay. Alright. I'm writing that down. Okay. Alright. Does anybody else need to be... Is there anybody else in the room with us?
There are a couple other people who are
Okay.
doing their own work on their own side, as Severe is tending to you.
Is there anybody that you need to be present here that is necessary?
We can send some out if need be, but we tend to find that audiences are better for documentation purposes.
Okay. Okay, so would you like me to walk you through the process of what I do? Do you want to go with me?
Here, you walk me through the processes, and he gestures over to a couple of the others in the room, and we'll brainstorm a way to bring someone with you.
Okay, so I go into detail about Farcall, about what I discovered, about a few of my mishaps, and the ultimate discovery of what I did, not how or who, but what I did to fix Catch, basically. I didn't get into specifics about who was injured, just that I did this is what I did.
Okay.
And then the results and what happened to me, so on and so forth. Do you have any questions?
Lots.
I assumed you are all scholarly types. I am intrigued by knowledge, don't get me wrong, but I'm a very passionate individual that often goes on my feelings versus my intellect.
It sounds as though you're describing a form of astral projection, someone says from the back.
I assume that might be what it is, but I don't know. All I know is I fall into the feelings. I go into a place where there are lights in the form of threads that connect to all sorts of things. I can just tell. I don't even have to touch them and to know that they connect to vast things. I mean, the connections were, they just led to things that are somewhat undescribable and almost unperceivable.
Are the threads themselves damaged in any way?
I have not seen enough of them to know.
You hear a couple people saying, like, I bet there's something up with that.
Is there any way
with your friend, did you cut the thread?
No. All I did was go in and look. That is all I did. All I did was go in and look around to see if there's anything that was damaged. I was going to come out, explain what I found, and then tell you what I found. That was all this was. This was just an exploration to understand. I do not want to make a misstep. I do not want to get my friends or myself in an unseemly predicament, which this may lead to. I know that. But I just felt like I could do something. Okay? And that is all this really is. I swear to you that I want nothing. Like, okay, I'm a person who loves to be rewarded for the good deeds she does, but truth be told is I also like to help people as much as I like that too. I see people from all over the place, and you never know what they're going to need when you meet them. And as a songsmith or bard or whatever you want to call me, I often deliver on unexpected requests, not knowing where they're going to come from or what they're going to be. This is just one more request, and I'm trying to fulfill it.
You see someone from the back. Step forward. She is taller than you, but probably about 5'9".
Alright.
She will walk forward. She is dressed in basically all white with gold trim. red hair down the back. I'd like to try something with you, then. If you are going to be... It sounds as though you are describing a region of the astral planes.
Okay.
With enough time, I can go ahead and project myself forward into there. Perhaps you can then find me and show me what you're seeing.
Okay. I can try. Would I be able to try what I did on... Yep. On you?
No.
Okay. Just asking, like, to maybe recognize you when you go into there.
I will pass you a signet of mine.
Okay.
If you can find another creature within that space, you can find me.
Okay. All right.
Okay. You see her take off a ring from her finger.
Okay.
Similar to the one that Severe gave you.
Okay.
This one is... It's a copper band that the edges have begun to oxidize around with a muted green gem. Not specifically not an emerald, but just muted. It's uncertain if it's lots of imperfections or if this is its intended purpose, but it almost seems kind of like a sandblasted emerald, where there's just not luster.
All right. I put it on.
Okay. You can use this to find me in there.
Okay. All right. So do you want me to proceed at this point? Tsubaki is taking every precaution not to upset these people as she can.
Here, let's bring around a bit of reclining piece. And they will bring around this large, basically just a laying down chair. My mind is completely blank on what the actual name is, but just kind of like a lounge seat. And
a comfy chair.
Yeah,
like the wingback
a futon.
Not really a futon, but just sort of like one of those long chairs. No.
Is it? No.
I know there's a right word for it. But no.
The kind you find in a
love
study,
seat.
right?
It's similar to a love seat, but not. Oh.
So one of those chairs Victorian women would pass out in?
Very similar to that.
Ah.
It's not quite a fainting couch, but it is similar.
Okay.
And she will begin the preparations to cast astral projection on herself.
Just muted. Is it the Chase Lounge or something?
Maybe.
Chase Lounge.
I don't know.
It's like the opposite of a love seat. Instead of going from the side, it goes out, right?
The thing is, she is able to lie down on it, and yeah.
Anyways, let's proceed.
Okay. And it takes, I believe it's an hour casting time for astral projection.
Okay. Oh, alright.
Which gives you enough time to attune to the ring.
Alright.
Okay, you and up to 8 willing creatures can do this. She is not going to let 8. Okay, yeah, it's 1 hour. You see her, as a part of doing this ritual, open up it's almost like a flick of the wrist that that she can kind of pull different gemstones out of the air into her hand, and you watch as they kind of begin to break and form motes of light around her, almost mirroring stars on the astral plane. And then finally, she pulls out an ornately carved silver bar that has just different patterns and scrawlings all around it, that it almost seems to untether and begin to map the different points in the sky almost into this large spider web all around.
Okay.
She looks to you, and I'll see you on the other side, okay? Be sure to find me.
Okay.
And you see her just kind of lay back and seem to go to sleep.
Alright. So, I guess I start doing my usual meditation into the place.
Okay. You feel yourself being pulled in forward. Until you are surrounded by just darkness. In every direction. And eventually, swaths of stars and nebulas begin rolling out around you, just as the darkness begins to fade away and your eyes become adjusted to it. Pinpricks of light from here and there and all around. You see all of the different gems. Everything that you had on you, on your person, is with you here in this realm.
Okay. So I start to focus on the copper ring.
Okay.
And I focus on its energy.
Okay.
And see if I can find something similar around me.
You feel a pulling from it. It seems to kind of echo and ripple off in one direction. There are little bits of light that seem to almost circle around each different star in the scape, and then just bounce off in different directions.
Alright. So then I go in that direction. I follow the pool.
Okay. You see, as you're kind of moving around, this almost pattern of shifting broken glass begins to kind of rotate around you as different threads kind of begin to rotate in and out. You see the ones from where Dromage is. A silver thread that kind of loosely dangles in and out of your purview and then away into the distance. And then the intricately tangled and wound golden thread that likewise seems to just intertwine to infinite degrees, and eventually that rotates away from you as you move.
Okay. So So I'm going through this space and I'm following the pool and keeping my eyes open and trying to observe everything as I go along, because I don't feel like I want to miss anything. I don't want to, there's something and then, I could have been like, oh, that's it. So yeah, I'm taking my time. And do I find anything?
Okay. For one, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
That's a natural 20.
Okay. For one, you'd never really noticed it before they had said so, but kind of coming forth from you, there is a single spindly silver thread that just kind of floats off around you in the ether. You see it reach out about 6 feet before it begins to just kind of tangle upward into the stars in space and just disappear from view. But as you kind of continue to move forward, following her, following the slight pulse from her ring, you enter this large cloud, this nebula. You see bolts of lightning kind of arcing around in different areas. You see flickering of stars being born. And you just kind of find yourself floating through this vast ether, this pulsating darkness surrounding you, before you eventually find her just in the middle of it all. Humanoid. Identical to the way that you last saw her. Though you do see, actually, with a natural 20 on your perception, not quite as you saw her. Her arm, left, where it once was distinctly human looking, has copper and kind of tinted oxidizing scales kind of crawling up along it.
That's interesting.
And it just kind of seems to kind of pulse in and out, sometimes growing up a little bit more, sometimes growing down a little bit more. And you reach out towards her, and your hand kind of comes to the edge of your reaches. You're just willing yourself moving through space.
Mm-hmm.
As you reach out to her, it's almost as though the two of you are on opposite sides of a mirror. She looks towards you, and she kind of reaches out and kind of taps at this glass, and it splinters a little bit. It just arcs around you in this odd bubble of sorts.
Okay. Can I say I found you?
You do. She doesn't seem to respond that much. It's as we kind of flip to the opposite side of the glass, you see Tsubaki saying the words, "I found you," but no sound. It's almost as though the way that you're interacting with her, she can't hear you through the glass, through the panel, through the rift, through the division.
Did the other ring I get belong to Gromage?
It is not his specifically.
Okay. Next time, ask for something of his. Nope, to self.
It does have a striking resemblance to one of the cords, though, so...
Okay.
That was part of the intention of giving you that specific one.
Since I've been to this place through him, would it be safe enough to say that I recognize his energy or his presence? Would I be able to find him and lead her there?
Yes.
Okay.
And you see these two threads that just kind of dangle before intertwining and kind of dancing around each other and then spooling up tightly into one another.
I definitely take her by the hand in this place because I do not want either of us to be lost.
You reach out.
I know.
Yeah. You can't quite reach her by the hand.
I know that I don't want to get lost. But I could get back. I don't know about her.
She can follow you.
Okay. So I just lead the way. And was that golden thread I saw earlier something I might recognize?
That's the one that tapped all of your spell slots instantly.
Okay, so that's the one I want to maybe avoid. But yeah, so I start heading in the direction of the energy that I'm seeking. Would I be able to use any far call to help me?
Do you try?
I am hesitant to do so. I would rather find the issue on my own. No, I decided not to. I want to because I've come up with a few ideas, but I'm not ready to use them, and I once again am taking every precaution before actually trying anything. So I am just going to go follow along. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay. You are able to reach the two threads you came into this space at.
Okay.
Everything around you seems much farther away now that you are here. And she is around near you. Just kind of floating back, observing.
Watching, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, am I at the place where I was the last time, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to continue. I want to keep an eye out for that golden one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want anything to touch me or her. And I warn her out loud. I know she may not be able to say anything back, but I assume she can hear me. And I warn her not to let it touch her.
Okay. She looks at you a little bit confused, but there is some sense of understanding, though you do think you are coming to the realization that there is a difference and that all that you say and are able to perceive on your end is not all that she can on hers.
Okay. Well, I follow along this path that I had already begun on, and I'm keeping my eyes open, very specific, looking for breaks, looking for something that's unusual, something that's not right.
There doesn't seem to be any breaks. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
I got a 21.
Okay. Yes, the two threads do not seem to be broken or frayed in any place.
Okay.
there are areas of it that are... Some of them glow a little brighter than others. Some of them glow a little bit dimmer. But they are all kind of just varying in luminosity, so the whole thing feels like a string of twinkling stars.
Right. Is there any way that I can... Okay, so I'm gonna warn her that I'm gonna at least try a note of restoration.
Okay.
Because I need to find if there's some reaction to that.
Okay.
And I gesture like I'm about to cast something.
Okay.
Alright, so
You put forth the note.
I call a note for the note of restoration.
You watch as this seems to echo around you. It seems to hit at different points around the space and almost redirect and reverberate. Just bouncing around in your area here. You see areas of it begin to kind of hit onto the different threads, and a couple points glow a little bit blue here and there.
I go up to the areas that are blue. Because as everything else is silvery, right?
Silver and gold.
Silver and gold. I go to the blue area. It seems like the only thing that's slightly different.
Yep, it just seemed to glow blue for a fraction of a second, longer than anything else did, as just the notes rang out around you. There was a small reaction.
Alright, so I go to the area where the blue reaction happens. Is there any way I can perceive it without touching it?
It's just a thread dangling there in the vacuum of space.
All right. I'm gonna gesture to her that I am going to touch the part where I saw the blue.
Okay.
I brace myself and just one finger touch the thread.
Which one?
You said there were two, right?
Yes, they are intertwined, but if you are going specific and precise, you can pick one.
The one that glowed the most blue.
Okay. As you focus in on this moment, it seems to almost take you in. You see flashes of bone growth.
Mm-hmm.
You watch as Rin is kind of floating out in front of you, in front of the tower. You watch as he draws several gemstones around his form, and just... they all glow bright blue. And he just kind of twists his wrist, and for one, all of them immediately go dark, and then just a beam and bolt of energy lances right through, and you feel pain in your abdomen.
Okay. I actually felt the pain?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I let go of it.
Okay. You watch as the mage begins to, as Rin floats back towards the tower, and you immediately dive in pursuit. And as you're just kind of following him into some of the different chambers there, you kind of pull yourself back. Tsubaki, you are bleeding out, and there are different globules of blood that begin just kind of drifting out into the starry skyscape.
Okay. Am I trying to make it back to my own body at this point?
Right now, I mean, you. When I say bleeding out, that's
like,
perhaps a bit of a extreme bit of the tongue. You are not dying. You have sustained a significant
injury?
wound, it appears, and are seeing kind of the remnants of it, or at least the effects of it, be
the link of touching the thread. Yeah,
exactly.
Okay. It's like a wound of reverberation where you touch something and you feel it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm not actually bleeding, I just feel all the effects of it.
You look like you are bleeding in this astral space, and you see blood floating out from you. Whether or not your actual body is that remains to be seen.
This is the point where, once again, I use a song of restoration. This time I use it on myself.
Okay. Hang on a second. I need to take a second to make sure I know how this works.
Yeah, I know. I've had to read them several times, and even then I'm like, huh.
It's all experimental.
Exactly, and I love it. I do. But processing.
Yep. Okay. As you speak this word of restoration, it begins to echo and reverberate around the chamber that you are in, and you see it kind of hitting different areas, and at each moment it hits, it changes the nature of it. Where areas of this shell seem to break off into different points, when it bounces off, they seem to be forth and brought into one plane. And then when it bounces off and hits another one, it brings those into into a single plane as well. But then in between those two, it kind of begins spiraling out different cracks in different directions. And so it's healing itself in a way with the bouncing of the word. And you feel it kind of working on yourself, but not quite. Go ahead and roll me a perception check.
I got a 14.
Okay. It is almost like this mote of shadows that begins to just kind of dance around you with this word. And it, for a brief moment, it almost seems to pause in front of you, and you see it's, if anything, it's like a ball of sand that just kind of seems to be jittering apart forwards and backwards like a comet. And on each side of it, it has this sort of pulsating texture to it, where different glyphs and runes begin rotating in and out, in and out, in and out. Ones that you have written down before and are beginning to understand more of. But occasionally it will have ones that you are unfamiliar with. Just different thoughts and feelings in this fleeting moment of this disintegrated ball of dust.
is it correct that I might be assuming that it is trying to communicate with me?
It's possible.
Can I recognize enough of the far call to actually know what it might be saying? Or at least feeling?
Go ahead and roll me a wisdom check. Just straight wisdom.
I got a 12.
Okay. You don't know all the glyphs. Some of them are new to you. But some of the ones that you do recognize: growth, healing, fear, cataclysm, echo, home. And that's the one that comes up the most. Home.
Okay. Am I, at this point, am I stable? Are the effects of what happened to me okay?
You don't seem to be losing more of this astral blood.
Okay. And the person I brought with me, are they gone?
She's just kind of out there, keeping a very close eye on you.
Okay. Do I... Okay. So, I'm almost tempted to look at the other string. I am. I want to know what's in it. I want to see this stuff. So, I bring up my courage to go and touch the other string.
Is there a specific point that you are looking for?
Not particularly. I'm just trying to piece the clue as to where the wound in Dromage is. I'm looking for why he can't be healed. If none of the conventional means are working, it means that something in this realm, something in this place is, I feel like it is causing it. It's just a gut feeling and instinct, nothing confirmed, but I might as well look at all the possibilities and say, we did everything. So, at this point, I am just trying to find why the wound is not healing, why it is not doing what it should be doing after so many people have tried and failed.
Okay. You reach out to the gold thread.
Alright.
And the first thing you see are glimpses of planets all around you. In the heat of this nebula that basically has expelled you, and there's gas thrown in every direction of you. You see tiny bits of rock begin to kind of tumble and swirl together as different points of gravity and magnetism begin coalescing into large bodies that begin kind of tumbling with heat and magma towards the surface, cracking and rumbling, and it's chaos. Dust all around. Some of them grow bigger. Some of them are just clouds of gas that begin rolling throughout the cosmos. Some of them lighting up like torches. Others staying swirling and still with dense, icy bits of core. And as you are in this area, they seem to come alive around you. They seem to rotate in and around your presence as areas of them begin to blossom with greens and blues, reds and golds and oranges and yellows. Different moments and sparks of life all around you blooming out from the center of you. And you see different echoes of this land as these species, as these beings, as everything begins churning through this nebula, this chaotic force of energy, of lightning being arced around you. And you see these worlds shatter and explode into nothingness. And some of them forming out later and on. And then there is areas that seem like static that just whips around, spiraling around this circle, this portent, this mini pinprick in the fabric of your understanding of the nature of reality itself that just spirals out around an explosion of lights and colors and the universe. It's a spark of Genesis, this cataclysmic explosion that you are at the center of, or at least in this pocket. For you see areas on the other side, other swirling planes and angles of just energy exploding out from one cosmic center point, and you see beings similar to yourself thrown out in different directions. And you see this same thing happening, where worlds begin creating themselves around, but only until complete and utter destruction.
I decide that I would like to do two words. I want the one for inspiration and the one for understanding. I just call them out because I need to be, I guess, inspiration to understand both intelligence and wisdom.
Okay. As you reach out, as these beams of energy that just kind of cut through the air, cut through the space like a scythe, in this brilliant blue, you reach out with hopes of understanding, hopes to learn and to know more. And as you reach and look out, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Okay. Perception. I got a 6.
Okay. The ripples, there's millions of different bits to them. It hurts to look at physically.
Mm-hmm. I decide to close my eyes.
And as you do, you almost seem to tumble forward faster. Everything kind of closes around, and the next moment you wake up, you're floating in a vast cosmic ocean. Everything is slowing down from the central point. The worlds around you are no longer being created and destroyed in the blinks of an eye, but they are growing and festering and existing on their own terms and maintaining some sense of equilibrium. It's hard to pinpoint any one bit.
So, as the far call is emotion. It is emotion, and I'm looking for both inspiration and understanding. I'm looking for an emotion. Because in this vast, chaotic realm of energy and possibility that is going on around me, I'm hoping to recognize what I'm looking for through the emotional understanding more than anything, because all the different types of energy that must be here present at this time are confusing my senses. I can not perceive everything all at once. What I need is to emotionally attach myself, or search would be the better term, for something, for the thing that I've come here to do.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your choice of perception, investigation, concordance, or lore.
I think. And you said perception and lore. What was the other one?
Concordance or investigation.
I think I'm going to use perception, because two of them, they're about the same, so I got a 13.
Okay. You look out, bridging into these cosmos. There were others similar to you in the midst of it all. And for a brief moment you look out and there is copper, faintly oxidizing towards the edges as claws and fangs and draconic nature of itself emerges. And you watch as one of these large ripples of energy kind of just begins swirling around through. You look towards this individual. There's comfort and familiarity. And then as this beam begins rotating through and around them, left arm, it just kind of rotates around and all of a sudden it's off floating in its own sector of space. And there's pain, fear, and doubt.
I follow those things. I follow the emotions.
The pain. As you rotate in and the world around you seems to kind of collapse in on itself. You see the tower from the first vision as you watch as small pinpricks of light echo in from time immemorial, and you watch as beads of energy go flying forth from them, being spun into a lattice work of spellcraft, stabbing you through several times over. And
Would
you are
I be
pulled
able...
out.
Alright.
Go ahead and tap all your spell slots again.
Alright! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! There we go.
At that point,
What I was about to say, whatever happened to the ring at this point?
it's still on your
The
finger.
rings.
They're both
okay.
still on your finger.
Alright.
As you get out, she is still laying unconscious. Still somewhere within that realm. But
Is there any... Oh, okay.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was about to say, do I need to perceive that, to give her a way back?
You don't know.
Okay.
But we're going to rotate the camera back around a little bit. Zace, I know you said you were going to have to get going soon. So this is actually the final little bit.
Okay.
At the moment that you reach a point of recognition and realization, you speaking the name of the Io tribe, sorry. You look towards this individual, and they get it in the same moment as you do. You never knew each other well, but there is a sense of shame, a feeling of betrayal and loss between the two of you, an understanding of what might have been. You look out forward towards them, and you wonder, Kyokin, would Io still be around had you not been banished? And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Oh.
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 Okay. Now I can't sleep. But I still gotta sleep. Are you sleeping already?
Oh.
Oh. I'm hype.
Wow.
Wow.
That was awesome. That was a lot.
A lot,
Yes.
yes. A lot is a good way to put it.
And a plot thickens.
But
Oh.
now I have to.
Can I make a note that Tsubaki starts writing down all the symbols that she didn't understand and starts to study them
Sure.
after this?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm gonna want those notes. We'll talk next session.
Well, I hope you guys have a nice night.
Yes.
Have a good night,
I'll see
everyone.
you tomorrow.
See ya.
See ya.